Yo, screw it. How about we just start a little early? I've been sitting here going through clips for like 2 hours. I had a very busy day. We're gonna start a little early today because I figured I owe you guys one because of all the times that I started late. Yo, I just want to tell you guys, I love you guys. I really do. Seeing you guys here waiting to get this thing started and showing up for me the way that you guys have, like, I appreciate you. Awakening. Yes, Danks is okay. It was a false alarm. It was a false alarm. I'm not going to try to put his business out there, but his daughter's school called and called like all sounding frantic, so he thought something was wrong, so he rightfully ended the stream right away. And then 5 minutes later when he's about to like run into the car, he basically was told it was like a false alarm and not to worry, that they were calling them to tell them that they thought something might have happened, but that there was no real threat. So he got kind of stressed out, kind of upset, and then he went about his business getting ready to do some more research and put out some more content for you guys. Um He's always welcome on the show. I don't know if he's going to pop up. I haven't spoken to him about it. So I saw a couple of you guys asking if he was going to be going live with me. Danks is always welcome on the show. He's actually part of the reason why I started using StreamYard. Actually, no, he is the reason why I started using StreamYard because you guys know I'm an OBS guy. But today is going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. First and foremost, I appreciate the membership gifts. Awakening, I saw you gifted a few too. You gift any more, I might have to throw you another hoodie. I did not send them out yet. I made them myself. I just want, as you guys see. Nope, wrong way. Fresh off the heat press. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I made every one that I had. They were all made by yours truly. So each one of them is one of a kind because none of them are going to be completely symmetrical. So they're all going to have their little imperfections. But for the most part, I think I did a good job. I think I got it right. But we got the Real Bays logo on the front and the Big Bays' base logo on the back. Now, everybody that was here on Easter and gave me their information, they are going to be getting mailed out tomorrow. As for everybody else, don't worry. I'm going to be doing some pretty cool stuff with it. As far as merch goes, the first run is going to be all black, just like these. We already did a vote the other day. The next color is going to be red. I'm going to once I get things going, once I get the Shopify account up, everything's going to move pretty quickly. But for now, I'm taking my time. I'm taking my time. I want to have the day one members that a couple of them have been waiting on these for like 2 months, and I feel really bad that I haven't gotten them out. So I want to let the people that are getting them to have their dibs and be the only ones with them for a good week or two. And I'm going to figure out some other ways to give these things away. I wanted to use them as an incentive for based members and gifting memberships. Of course, I always appreciate gifting memberships and the supers and whatnot. I prefer the memberships because I want to try to grow the members channel. I think that that's a better way to do it because when I do the members only live, I try to read all the comments anyway. It's still small enough, especially when there's only like 15 or 20 of us where we're really just hanging out. And even when I'm watching stuff, I'm like texting, I'm in the chat with you guys. So I prefer to do it that way. And I want to give back. Unfortunately, the channel, like we're having good growth. Everything's going well. It's not really going fast enough as I would prefer, but that's only because my expenses, I got kids, mortgage, whatnot, and these channels don't grow overnight. but all the growth that I've had is really healthy. It's really good. I'm really happy with it. I'm really grateful for all you guys. And once I get to a point where things are sustainable and I'm covering everything I need to cover, we're going to be doing a lot of giveaways and we're going to be doing a lot of good stuff. And, I want to give back. Like, this is a community, like I was saying the other day, like this really is like our second family. And for some of us, it might feel more like our first family, So, um, if anybody, I've been asking if every Mad World, there you are. What is good? Do me a favor, put a link for the Discord in the chat for me. And if you haven't seen the Discord today, I made a bunch of changes. I finally got around to it. The emojis are good. You guys could send files, do voice chat, all that fun stuff. And you guys all have permission to do the invites. Up until now, it was just basically Mad World inviting everybody. But now for the time being, because I want to grow the Discord, just like I want to grow the channel, I feel like the best way to do that is to trust you guys to invite but use your judgment, because I don't want any troublemakers. If if we got to kick people out, we'll kick them out right away, and just it'll go back to the admins doing the invites. But for now, I figure let's open the floodgates a little bit, get things going, and let's start the show. Are you guys ready? Yo, shout out to Danks. We're gonna start with actually, you know what? We're going to start with some Turning Point USA. I always tell you guys, you got to be objective. You got to be objective. I love Candace. I love Baron, Ian. Shout out to all them. They've all done such great work. Nate Vahala, VFT, Kelly Raybon, even Blake Bednarz. Yo, shout out to Blake. Me and him bumped heads, as some of you guys know recently. But, I was saying even the other day that because I've been on the fence, I know some people get offended when I say this. I have trust issues. Don't get mad at me, but I have trust issues. And, seeing how messed up this whole narrative is and how full of shit everybody is, I have doubts at times that Charlie's even dead. I do. I know that rubs some people the wrong way, but I don't know the guy. I never met him. I watch videos. He says all the right things, but I've been fooled before. All right. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But I have been saying for quite some time that if they did take him out and silence him, that I think that they would have used the necklace. I don't know how they would have done it. I don't understand the science. But, our good friend Blake Bednarz did a whole video on it the other day. And I got to see the beginning of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm here. I'm ready for a long night. We're gonna put in some real miles tonight on the regular channel, and then I told everybody that we would go members only. A little bit after. So I don't know. Maybe for the members only, we're gonna check out some of Blake's videos and see what he's got to say on this necklace theory. Because, like I say, we have to be objective. You got to take in all the information, even from the people that you're not necessarily a fan of. And I'm not talking about Blake in that instance. I'm talking about the people that we're going to be listening to tonight. Because with this whole scandal breaking out, this whole story that Danks broke with Salem Media, and me, how I was so quick to, start calling people scumbags and rattling off names of people in Salem Media and say that, I think they could be potentially compromised. I think that it's only fair that we hear what some of them have to say tonight and what they've had to say about this Charlie Kirk case. Because it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right for me to just sit here and talk crap about people and rush to conclusions and make assumptions. And we're gonna give a second look to some other people too that aren't even affiliated with Salem Media or were at some point. We're gonna give a second look at Megyn Kelly, because I played one of her videos, and we'll play it again today just to see if I got it right the first time, and we'll play some other ones too. But we're gonna look into Megyn Kelly. We're gonna watch some videos from a couple of different people, and we're gonna come to our own conclusions about who we think is credible or not credible and why in the Charlie Kirk case. We're not going to get into all the theories of how he died. We're not going to be talking about the necklace or lapel mics. maybe somebody will try to make their case for the 30-06. Spoiler alert. But we're going to have some fun. Some of these people you probably can't stand, so I apologize in advance. But like I said, we have to be objective, okay? Now, I heard Barron, saying the other day to, who is it, Zach Costello, not to call them a high IQ outfit. So I'm going to respect Barron. I'm not going to say that we're a high IQ outfit, but we're an objective outfit. We're not an echo chamber. We're going to hear all the sides, and then we're going to come to our conclusions the right way. So without further ado, let's see. Where are we going to start? Yo, guys, this is going to be a fun one. I'm just telling you right now. I spent like 2 hours getting these together. And I'm not going small for any of these cocksuckers either. Part of my language. I'm working on it. But don't expect me to go small for some of these guys. All right, let's start. We got Blake Neff.
Go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out because from the start, there has been nothing there. The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total reckless disregard for the truth so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played. Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous murders in American history, a murder many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's murder. And just like a lot of those Antifa members...
You gotta love how he slips that in there. More than Antifa. And remind everybody that they were celebrating. Well, you know what? That's fair. But if you're going to bring that up, and not that I'm sticking up for Antifa. I'm not whatever. I'm not even going to go there. But, I mean, you guys are talking about how much you're grieving. I haven't really seen anybody grieve that much. Just saying. Didn't really seem like it. There was the one video that I found to be very disturbing with Erica sobbing over the casket and whatever was inside of it. I don't really think it was Charlie's actual body. But, I mean, come on.
Many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny, and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it. For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond. People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show, but for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to take.
Oh, they made heaven crowded, all right. And you got to love how they pick and choose about which of Charlie's stances that they, like, how come they don't care about what Charlie cared about now when it comes to, certain conflicts overseas? That one, they seem to do the full 180 on the second he's out of the picture. It's like, well, we don't know what Charlie would have said if he was here. It's real convenient.
Tear you down and sow discord. Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing. But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country. And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people, people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true.
You know what? This isn't even that bad. Well, you know, at the time, this was the episode when they were giving Candace Owens the ultimatum that they were setting the date for when they were going to address her conspiracy theories and that she could show up or not. And then right around that time, Erica Kirk started her book tour, and that didn't really go so good. So after that, it went from an ultimatum to Erica Kirk flying all the way to Candace to have that 4-hour meeting in person. I don't think things went according to plan for Turning Point USA. Pretty ironic because I don't think things went according to plan for Charlie, but we're not going to get into all that. Let's see. You know what? Hold on. What? Let's remember why we're here today and why we're investigating Salem Media and going over some of these people. Hold on. Yo, where? Bear with me, guys. Yo, did I X out of the one that I needed? That would be annoying. I'm going to find it, I promise. I got too many clips. Yo, did I X out of this one? There's no way. Oh, sorry, guys. False alarm. It was an X clip. All right, this one I'm going to go small for. Oh, no, that's not small. That's not the one. There we go. Let's watch our boy.
The media outlet, Salem Media. Brad Parscale is the chief strategy officer. He was also Donald Trump's 2020 campaign manager, and he also built the digital architecture that put Trump in the White House twice. All right, so he ran Trump's digital architecture. There's a funny story behind that, but he's a registered foreign agent through the government of Israel. All right, he has a $9 million contract, and it's through the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it's routed through Havas Media Group. All right, now this was filed. This foreign agent FARA document, which we'll show on screen today, was filed in September, 8 days after Charlie Kirk's assassination, September 18th, 2025. And that timing is not what we're really going to focus on, but I want you to hold on to that. What we're going to focus on today is the other title, Brad Parscale's simultaneously holding, which I just briefly mentioned, because he's not just a registered foreign agent for Israel. He is, again, the CSO or Chief Strategy Officer for Salem Media Group. And if you
Now, guys, just a reminder, the Charlie Kirk Show is distributed by Salem Media Group, and so are a lot of the other people that we're going to be going over today. So just keep that in mind. Not all of them are distributed by Salem, but a good chunk. Don't worry, I'll make sure you guys know the difference.
If you don't know what Salem Media Group is, you're about to understand why and what all of this means and why it matters more than anything else that we have covered on this channel. This is breaking news, okay? Salem Media Group is the largest Christian conservative media outlet or network or both in America, all right? They have 117 radio stations across 38 markets. They own Town Hall. They own Red State. They own PJ Media. They own Twitchy, not Twitch, Twitchy. They run the Salem Podcast Network, the Salem Radio Network, and the Salem News Channel. And they broadcast through the Charlie Kirk Show, the Josh Hammer Show, or whatever the hell he runs, Josh Hammer, Dennis Prager, Laura Trump, Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt. It used to be Dinesh D'Souza, but he commented on my post that you might want to remove me from here. I just recently started my own show. Well, that doesn't eliminate you from the previous, since January of 2025, you having Bradley Parscale as your chief strategy officer. Okay. And we're going to get into what a CSO.
You know, one thing that I found interesting was, why would Dinesh D'Souza feel the need to separate himself and like publicly state that he's not really a part of that anymore. You know, like what is Salem Media doing wrong? Like, do you guys think that that adds credibility to what Danks was saying in his report? I mean, not that he really needs it because it's all verified documents anybody could look up. But I don't know. It stood out to me that Dinesh just made it a point to like comment and post like right away, like, hey, you know, don't bundle me up with them.
So does. Now, we're talking also about Sebastian Gorka, Scott Jennings, Todd Starnes, and then proxies out the yin yang, Sean Hannity. It ended up these talking points from the Zionists, from the rapture stuff, all this stuff, the Schofield Bible type of talking points have been leaking in through the media sources because they have so many people on the wire that are going out and cross-pollinating with different networks. So that is the network, that is the reach. And the reach is pretty unlimited, if you ask me.
Yo, shout out to Jordan Henshaw. I see you in the chat. I saw your post on X. I am very interested in the Artemis, the whole thing with the going to the moon allegedly. I'm going to give you a call tomorrow. So be ready. We're definitely going to have a conversation about that. But tonight, we're going to stick with Salem and some of these other individuals. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, Jordan.
Now, the man running the entire strategy for that operation filed federal paperwork admitting that he is simultaneously working for the Israeli government. He is a Kansas-born American citizen, all right? Now, let me give you the timeline because the sequence matters enormously here. Parscale's history with Trump goes back to 2011, all right? He was doing basic website work for the Trump organization out of San Antonio. Now, he was a small firm, nothing notable at the time. Then in earlier of 2015, sorry, why is Jesse, he's calling me, bro. What are you doing? I'm live, my guy. Let me text him back. Jesse on fire. You got it. When the big guy calls, you gotta say what's up. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm live.
Was this the intro speech from last Wednesday when I came on? I'm pretty sure it is. All right. I skipped forward a little bit.
Foundation in Christian values. He mentioned his recent baptism, which I'm all for people changing and having a change of heart and being Christian and believing God. He was baptized. All right. I don't think that's a Jewish thing. His renewed faith, his personal commitment, his mission was all part of this statement. The conservative media ecosystem celebrated Bradley Parscale. They called it a slam dunk. Nobody asked a single question. And this is the deceit that I want you to sit with, because this is how people use Christianity against good American Christians. 3 months later, April 14th, Salem announced another deal, this one involving Donald Trump Jr. and Laura Trump. Salem acquired a 30% stake in MXM News, a mobile news aggregation app co-owned by Trump Jr. in the exchange. Both Donald Trump Jr. and Laura Trump became significant stakeholders in Salem Media with ownership positions in the company, which means...
Now, that's the really important part, because in my personal opinion, that's where the conflict of interest really kicks in. Aside from the fact that they have a chief strategic officer who is a verified, registered foreign agent for a theocratic nation that's not Christian, but you have the sitting president of the United States' son doing direct business ties with this content distributor that's distributing the content for a lot of these influencers that we're going to play today. So you would think that these people, these broadcasters, influencers, whatever you want to call them, that they're going to be pushing the narrative that the White House wants, including the Charlie Kirk show, right around the time that Charlie Kirk was allegedly assassinated. Now, this to me is a big problem. Big problem. I don't like this. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that it took so long for this to get out. I mean, I don't mind the fact because it was my boy that broke the story. But like, why wasn't this, because if these deals were made last year, like Trump Jr.'s, I think his deal was in April. Like, why did it take so long? Like nobody put this together sooner. Nobody thought about this sooner, saying, hey, all these people that are pushing this narrative, this Tyler Robinson narrative, that maybe they have a conflict of interest, and that also goes back to the fact that Kash Patel, when he told Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard that they couldn't do an investigation to see if there was foreign involvement with the Charlie Kirk assassination, Kash Patel's girlfriend, the country singer, I believe she has a history of working with Turning Point USA. Dan Bongino recently stated that his wife was working at one point for Turning Point USA and had a close relationship with Andrew Colvett. Like, this just seems really, really incestuous. Really, really incestuous. You have all these people. You have giant influencers. Dan Bongino, for the scumbag that he is, he's got millions of people that watch him. Kash Patel, country star girlfriend, I'm sure she's got some fans. And he's director of the FBI. Him and Bongino were allegedly at the scene. Bongino said in a video that they were there. It was 100 agents. It's like, yeah. And you guys showed up, what, right around the same time they found that screwdriver? Right around the same time the second set of dogs found the weapon that you can't connect to the crime? Right around the time that you guys were getting those 911 calls about someone that was not described as Tyler Robinson as being the shooter? And you have all these conflicts of interest? You got literally your wife and your girlfriend working for Turning Point USA? And then you have the Charlie Kirk show, all the people affiliated. They have a distribution contract with Trump's son's company, or a company that Trump's son has part ownership of, and a chief strategic officer for a foreign nation that everybody kind of thinks was responsible for this, at least to some degree, that they lied about the deteriorating relationship with Charlie Kirk, right? Like literally right before. I don't know, man. There's like a lot of, there's a lot here. There's a lot to process. There is a lot to process. And it's just not looking good. It's not looking good. But you know what? Hold on. Actually, let's start with this one. Oh. This one I'll go small. Let's listen to Charlie. Let's listen to the man himself.
Let's do some updates about Israel and Iran and potentially the United States. On one side is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling for regime change. Here is Lindsey Graham. This is just lunacy. This kind of analysis is not helpful. This kind of approach, this kind of argument, it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons at this point. This is now that we want to go all in and take out the regime. It's time for us to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen and start a new chapter in the Middle East. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a...
Yo, actually, before we go any further, Mad World, do me a favor. Put the Kick link in the chat just in case. Because if they pull my stream, I'm going straight to Kick so fast I'll never be on YouTube again. Probably. But just in case, Wednesdays, I'm trying to keep it exclusive for YouTube for now. Other days, other shows, I'm going to multi-stream, dual stream, whatever. But right now for Wednesdays, I'm exclusive on YouTube. But if they pull my stream, there's going to be some serious problems.
Whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas and has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. You have underground Christians. You don't really have many Jews left in Persia, but also you have secular younger Persians. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary Rodham Clinton in Libya. So I'm pointing to the first extreme right now, the neo-con.
Yo, I love that he said that too, because I just said yesterday on the short live stream that I did that, was it yesterday? The day before? I think it was yesterday I went. But I just said it yesterday that, seeing everything that Trump has done in the past year, it is everything that I was afraid of that Hillary Clinton was going to do 10 years ago. Like all my worst nightmares of a Hillary Clinton administration came true in the first year of Trump 2.0. And it's like, it's crazy. It's like crazy. Like, I supported this guy for 10 years. 10 years. Had like relatives I'm fighting with at Thanksgiving, because I was all MAGA. I was all Team Trump. I believed in this guy. And then look what we get. Look what happens. So it's just mind-boggling that like he really like Trump 2.0. It's like Hillary Clinton 1.0. Except worse. Might actually be worse.
Conservative extreme. We must go take off the head of the snake right now. Play cut 285.
Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance.
The only chapter that they've really closed is the chapter on the files. If we had to cover up those files, we'll cover them all up. We won't let the people ever see what our not-so-greatest allies are responsible for. And that also goes with what happened in September in 2001. These Americans, they're never going to know what happened. They're either going to conform and they're going to kiss the wall or else.
Open peace.
Okay, that sounds good, but that's pathologically insane. I'm sorry, it is. How do you know it's going to be better? Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful, but maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a 90 million person civil war. Lindsey Graham is so consistently out of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. Iran is hugely diverse. It is a massive country. Do the people agitating for war even know that? Because be clear, regime change is war. Just to understand, regime change is not like changing the head coach at the Chicago Bears. It's not how it works.
See, like, how come Turning Point USA, they're not playing this clip? When all this stuff started? Like, you never see TP USA. Like, wasn't Erica just recorded a couple weeks ago saying that she wishes Charlie was here so she would know his thoughts on the war? It's like, yo, bitch, listen to this. Like, we got it right here. We all know Charlie's thoughts. We all know Charlie's thoughts except for you. Just like we all knew that he was sending text messages out to Andrew Colvett and others that he was afraid for his life. Everyone except you, Erica. And you had his phone. And don't worry, that's one of the clips that's on my list. We'll get to that later. Let's proceed.
It's not like a clean transfer. Typically in the Mideast, it's very messy, creates a quagmire, and then there is civil war. Do you understand how large Iran is? It's massive. It's a very big country. It's mountainous. It makes Afghanistan and Iraq look like a cakewalk. Just look at this beast of a country with all the different regions, all the different dialects, if we could put that up on screen. And then you have a major refugee concern of Mohammedans that will come to Europe and endanger more Christians and Jews, and Mohammedans that will come to America. No, that is wrong. So that is one extreme. The other extreme is one that I have deep respect and reverence for, because I actually think if we had that other extreme, we would not have invaded Iraq. This other extreme is philosophically important. It's important to consider, and that's the Ron Paul extreme. And I love Ron Paul. Ron Paul is awesome. I would have Ron Paul on the show regularly. He is a hero because Ron Paul had the courage to challenge old sacred cows of the Republican Party. He made people defend the indefensible. But the Ron Paul perspective is strictly isolationist. I actually agree with a lot of this other extreme, a lot. I think it's healthy to have this other extreme more than the neoconservative extreme, because this extreme has been underrepresented in the public dialogue. And
Yo, shout out to American Discourse. Yeah, I totally agree. I did not realize how base Charlie Kirk was until after he left the board. I had no idea. When he was alive, I thought he was smug and divisive, but that's because that's what the algorithm showed everybody. That's the same reason why the left thought that he was a racist, because they were never given the context. They never knew exactly like what he was really saying. They only saw what they wanted him to. They only saw what they were wanted to be shown. Sorry, I can't talk right now for some reason. And all right, there we go. Now we're full screen. I got a little distracted. But yeah, you know, whoever, like, you got to understand, Charlie Kirk had a job. He had a job. Like, all these donors that were giving him all this money to go on tour and talk to these kids, you don't think they wanted him to talk about certain things and debate certain topics? They did. They wanted him to be divisive. They were trying to win people to the right and make the left look like fools. And in the process, he probably offended a lot of people. And it didn't help that they were taking clips out of context and just making things look a little uglier than it was. And that is something that I found out after the fact, more recently, like in the last 6 months. And I don't know, it's just a shame. It's a real shame. But hold on. Are you guys ready to have some fun? Who are we going to start with? Yo, I got a whole arsenal here. I got a whole arsenal. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to start getting rid of some of these clips because I don't want to get distracted with them. Get rid of some of this clutter. Let's see. Who are we going to start with? Yo, there's not that one, not that one. Not that one. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's go with this one. It's short. All right, hold on. We got to do something about this, though. I'm not trying to. Yo, why are my layouts all weird? What did I do? Yo, I totally screwed up. All right, there we go. That's good.
The treatment of Erica Kirk should be very enlightening. On the left, on social media, she is reviled. They despise her. It's not even like, well, there's a couple of posts here and there of trolls. It's like no one will say.
Again, make her look like the victim and make the left look like the enemy. The left is attacking poor Erica, the grieving widow, for no reason at all.
Anything in her defense, nothing but seething contempt and mockery for this woman who has not done anything to any of these people. What has she done that anyone finds so offensive? She's mourned the loss of her husband, and she's tried to carry on his legacy. She's in a...
Do you guys think that Erica Kirk has not done anything offensive and that all she's done is mourn the loss of her husband and try to continue his legacy? I don't know, Matt Walsh. You kind of sound like an asshole right now. Just saying. All right. I'm like deleting these as I go. Let's see. Who's next? Who is next? It's like Goldberg. Oh, this should be a good one. Well, not really a good one, but it'll be one. Steven Crowder. Now, he is not a Salem affiliate directly, last I checked. And neither was Matt Walsh, by the way. Like I said, we're going to switch it up a little bit. I will specify who is working for Salem Media.
It's not a game. The left is not playing games. And neither should you. And right now,
neither should you. Now, when was this? Let's see. When was this? This was the next day. Okay. The next day, September 11th, already assuming guilt. No investigation. No, they don't really have any evidence. They don't have it now. They didn't have it then. And right away, it is not a game. The left is not playing games, and neither should you.
we're very rare, for a very rare occasion, we're streaming live wide to YouTube, and this is going to be very short-lived. If you are on YouTube, the whole reason for Rumble is days like today, head on over because the kinds of things that I'm going to be saying probably get the channel nuked on YouTube. And let me be really clear here. I am not advocating, this is an inflection point. I am not advocating for violence, wanton violence against the left. I'm not advocating for a civil war.
Yo, how crazy is this? Right away, he's saying, hey, come to another platform because I'm going to say some things today that would probably get me nuked here. I'm not advocating for violence, but I am going to put the thought of a civil war in your head. Because yesterday, somebody got killed, and we have no idea who did it. But I'm going to assume guilt already and use this. Like, you notice how it kind of fits his narrative? You know, because he was already, like Steven Crowder, he's already one of those guys doing the divisive thing. And driving the wedge between the left and the right. Yes or no?
I'm not advocating for anything that should be a violation of big tech's policy that forbids you from fighting back.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with right or wrong. It has nothing to do with being a Christian and being or Jesus or, you know, like the laws of our country or just being a good human being. He's not advocating because he doesn't want to get in trouble with his platform where he makes his money. Okay, got it. Good to know where your moral compass is, Steven Crowder.
But it's going to get really fucking close.
Oh, it's gonna, he's not advocating for violence or a civil war, but it's gonna get really close. Yo. Come on.
That's where I am. I hope I've made myself clear. Let me just start with this morning.
Now
and you've seen this now. Our undercover team who did some work here, the best in the world, I'll just say Jay, codename Jay, who got this morning was a leak from someone who was a longtime viewer of the show and works under the DOJ. And so we released this, and now the media.
Wait. So he's about to give some breaking news right now.
The rest of the media is confirming it. There was a briefing.
The rest of the media is confirming it, so you know it must be true.
Confirming it. I want to read this to you because there's a lot of misinformation going around.
There's a lot of misinformation, and Steven Crowder is coming to you with the facts.
On September 10th, 2025, this comes from our source. At approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Let me make sure I get, okay. This is the stuff that you know. Mr. Kirk was, multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them, expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted. An ATF SLC is working lead.
Oh, no. A 30-06? Yo, why the hell would anybody in law enforcement, think about it. Think about this for a second, okay? Why would anybody in law enforcement give Crowder the hot tip? Like, of all the people out there that they could give the tip to, you're going to give it to this guy? Why?
Leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI, DNA analysis, and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest have having contacted or detained because of eyewitnesses' testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect is yet to be identified. ATF is assisting.
Oh, wait. So at this point, the primary suspect was not even identified. But he's already talking about violence and a civil war and the left. Don't you think maybe he was jumping to conclusions a little bit? I mean, imagine what he'd have been saying if he was just on Rumble and he wasn't on YouTube. God only knows.
The investigation with multiple other, you know the rest. Engraved.
Did we ever see those, by the way? Did we ever see those engraved bullets? Anybody see it? We haven't even seen the gun yet. Never even saw the gun. You know, and shout out to Barron. I heard he put out a banger yesterday. I didn't get to watch it yet, but I'm going to. And he, you know, I heard a clip when I was watching with Danks where he was talking about how he spotted something. It's actually a really good spot. That the father or one of the parents like recognized Tyler from the video, or Cash Patel said that the parent called and recognized Tyler from the video they put out. In the video, like the person on the roof is like this small, you know, but you know, I don't know if everybody remembers this or not, but there was also a video where people doing the investigation said that they called in because they recognized the weapon on TV, that they saw the picture of the gun. And he said, hey, that was my father's gun, that he gifted that to Tyler. It must be him. Except later on, we found out that the weapon that they saw the picture of was a Google stock photo, that it wasn't the actual picture of the actual gun. In fact, none of us have ever seen this alleged this alleged Mauser rifle or whatever with the 30-06 that allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. Sorry, I'll slow down. I get ahead of myself. I get too excited. I start tripping over my words. This Steven Crowder guy, man, I hope I get better so one day I can be as good at my job as he is.
With trans and anti-fascist Antifa ideology.
Yo, he's like mad obsessed with trans, though, and gay people. I think he might be gay. You know, I'm not saying that as an insult. Any of you guys gay out there, you do your thing. You know, adults be adults, you know. But I did see a video once of him talking to his pregnant wife. And it didn't really look like he likes women. I'm just saying. He sure wasn't respecting women in that video. So maybe he's a gay. You know, there are a lot of, you know, gay guys out there that are so deep in the closet and so ashamed that they just like lash out and they're angry. You know, they unleash this unnecessary anger towards other gay men. That could be Steven Crowder. You know, maybe instead of like, you know, instead of not inciting violence and not advocating for a civil war, you know, maybe him and Tim Pool. I'm not even gonna go any further with that joke. You guys get the idea. Look at him. Look at that face. He knows I'm right.
I know yesterday we all thought it. We all prayed and hoped. Evil, senseless, enabled and abetted. People say, who could have seen this coming? Teacher.
He's like Nostradamus. Who could have saw this coming? His hand goes right up. Why didn't you warn him?
Everyone was paying attention. Before we open this in prayer, I want to.
You know, it's funny too because, you know, I could put my hand up too. I saw it coming. I think Ian Carroll saw it coming. Harrison Smith saw it coming. You know, some of you guys might have saw it coming, but not the way that he saw it coming. You know, not a leftist, not a gay furry. That's not what we saw coming. Oh no. But we saw it coming, all right. That's all I'll say for now.
I want to thank the undercover unit who did this, and I hope they catch the bastard. And I hope it hurts. I hope it's unpleasant. Because Charlie Kirk and his family did not deserve at all what he got. But
you're right. Erica Kirk definitely did not deserve to become CEO of Turning Point and make all those millions of dollars. I agree.
But whoever this person is deserves it to hurt. And whoever pops their head up and even attempts any act of violence, not even taking a shot. I'm not advocating that you take violence into your own hands. Let me be clear. I am.
No, he's talked about violence. Yo, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to listen to what this guy has to say anymore. He keeps saying how he's not advocating for violence, but he keeps bringing up violence. Like, yo, I'm sorry. I am not about that on my channel. Okay, we are a community. We are a family, and we do not advocate for violence. You know, I think Crowder should just come out of the closet and just stop with this hate. There's no reason to hate. Yo, does anybody watch Good Morning America? You guys remember Good Morning America? Remember what they had to say? I mean, I wouldn't have known. I didn't watch. I wasn't a Good Morning America guy. Hold on. Let me find the clip. Yo, why can't I ever find anything? Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Actually, no, we're not going to go there yet. We're almost there. We're almost there. But yo, why can't I ever find? Oh, here we go. Of course, it was the one at the top. The one I looked at first. All right, Good Morning America. Mind you, Good Morning America, it's on ABC, which is owned by Disney. Just keep that in mind.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk now charged with 7 counts, including aggravated murder, as prosecutors now pursue the death penalty.
State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
22-year-old Tyler Robinson appearing in court for the first time Tuesday after Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray outlined his case against the suspect, linking him to that single fatal shot of the 31-year-old husband and father of 2.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Prosecutors say the suspect's DNA was found on the rifle's trigger and laid out the evidence they say tied him to the crime, sharing these photos that reached millions of people, including the suspect's mother.
Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son.
Prosecutors say the suspect's father then got Robinson on the phone.
Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it.
Now, keep in mind, originally they said that they were trying to say that he was carrying the gun, that it was like wrapped in the towel. Now, I remember Ian Carroll, when this first happened, like going like frame by frame and trying to zoom in, and this guy didn't have a weapon on him. He definitely didn't disassemble any gun up there before he jumped off. And then the images that they're showing from the staircase that was allegedly Tyler Robinson and that he was recognized, they said that he had the gun in his pants, but there are multiple images where you could see that both knees are bent. So that part of the case just falls apart, and it fell apart immediately. Immediately. I've been saying since day one that the evidence was not there for the case. And I've been saying since December that the whole thing, that there was enough evidence to not only throw the case with Tyler Robinson out, but to do a legitimate investigation into Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk specifically. But what can I say? I think I was just a little ahead of my time.
When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
Authorities say his parents detailed a shift in their son.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political.
Like, isn't that what he was supposed to be wearing that day? Don't you think it's like a little convenient that he took a picture in the outfit like that day? It's like, hey, yeah, I'm about to go see Charlie. Oh, let me take a picture first. Say cheese. Like, yo, do they think that we're retarded? And then all this talk now. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to give a spoiler. I'm not going to reference the videos that we haven't played yet. Yo, did I see Danks in the house? The Dankster is in the building. What's up, buddy? All right, hold on. Let's keep going.
And had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented.
There we go with the narrative again. We have to point out that he was pro-gay. He was pro-gay, trans-oriented. He was leaning to the left. Can't have any affiliates get in front of a camera and not say that.
She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders.
The prosecutor says the roommate then handed over incriminating messages from the suspect.
The roommate
didn't like Tyler Robinson's parents like get a lawyer? Didn't they talk to a lawyer? Like, wouldn't the lawyer have said, hey, don't tell the police anything? And they're just like coming in, turning over the son, like, yeah, you know, we saw him on TV. We knew it was him right away, even though he was that big. I know my son anywhere. It doesn't matter how small, how grainy the image is. And like, let me just tell you, like, we're a nice conservative family, but you know, he went gay. He went to the gay side. He started transitioning left, you know, and I saw the gun on TV. It looked like my grandpa's gun. And we think our kid did it. Like, just take him away. Just take him away. And then the police, they're like, all right, well, you know, maybe we should take Lance Twiggs into. Oh, no, they're not. Why didn't they take in Lance Twiggs? If they have all the text messages going back and forth, if the text messages are enough evidence to convict Tyler Robinson, they weren't enough to prosecute Lance Twiggs. Like, this guy's flipping. He didn't even catch a charge. Like, usually you arrest both guys and then you try to get them to turn on each other. And then the one that flips gets the cushy deal, and the other one, not so good. But no, not in this case. In this case, Tyler Robinson, they got him right away. They knew it was him. They didn't even have to arrest Lance Twiggs to put the squeeze on him to get him to flip. And they got the parents. Like, yo, this is a layup. This is a layup. If only they could match the weapon to the wound, and if only the 911 tapes lined up with Tyler Robinson, I mean, I think that they would be able to prosecute this one. But unfortunately, you know, all they have is some weirdo messages in a Discord chat between the other guy that they decided not to arrest and Tyler Robinson, allegedly, and the parents that just seem to be so willing, without even talking to a lawyer, to just serve up their son. I've never seen anything like it. This is mind-boggling.
Received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it."
According to authorities, he then explained his motive for allegedly murdering Kirk.
Robinson, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out."
The suspect also allegedly...
Yo, you know, I just got a theory. From listening to what he said about the hatred, and some hatred can't, you know, the way that he's talking and saying that, oh, he started like, actually, I might get sued for saying this, but, you know, maybe we shouldn't be looking at Tyler Robinson. Maybe we should be looking at someone that fits more of the profile of Steven Crowder. Because Steven Crowder seems to have a lot of hate that I don't think could be negotiated out. I'm sorry. I'm such a dick. No, I'm sure that Steven Crowder would never have done that. And he also wouldn't have incited it. He wouldn't have advocated it. But he would have came really, really close, especially on his Rumble. Yeah, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yo, I need to get a lawyer if I'm gonna keep saying this stuff on here. One of these days I'm gonna get myself in trouble. But you know what? Fuck Steven Crowder. I don't know. I don't like guys that aren't good to women, especially when they're pregnant. Like, you know, guy's a scumbag. All right, now let's go. Let's start moving into the Salem Media people. All right, now this is Mike Gallagher. No affiliation to me. Oh no, I'm sorry. False alarm. Hold the cease and desist. This is not Mike Gallagher. This is Scott Jennings. All right, Scott Jennings. Still Salem Media affiliate. Let's be clear. Still a Salem Media affiliate. Let's see what he has to say.
The man who murdered Charlie Kirk.
Whoa. Aren't you jumping to conclusions here? What, this is America. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? You know, like, especially knowing what we know now about who you work for and who owns that and who owns the distributor of the people that you work for, maybe you should tone it down. Okay? Maybe you should tone it down, because the president's son is part owner of Salem Media, who distributes your content. So when you say these strong statements and just assume the guilt of somebody, like, that is a reflection of the administration, in my opinion.
Is now in custody. Tyler Robinson, age 22, of Utah, turned into the police by his own father, who himself was a law enforcement man. Surveillance footage and evidence.
A law enforcement man. How professional.
Make it clear he is the shooter. He is.
Oh, they can make it clear. Hold on. Let's play this from the beginning. I'm not going to interrupt. Like, this is crazy. Now, mind
he is the shooter.
He is
facing the man who.
This is Scott Jennings. Okay, this is one of Salem Media's finest. All right.
He is the shooter. He is facing multiple felony counts. Now in custody. Tyler Robinson, age 22, of Utah, turned into the police by his own father, who himself was a law enforcement man. Surveillance footage and evidence make it clear he is the shooter.
Surveillance footage and evidence make it clear that he is the shooter. Really? What evidence? What evidence?
Is facing multiple felony counts, including aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and a weapons charge. He is being held without bail. We are now left to ask, as a nation, why? How could someone like Robinson, who appeared to be a normal kid with a normal childhood, wind up on a rooftop on Wednesday with a rifle, taking dead aim at someone who was doing nothing more than speaking words?
I don't hear you saying allegedly, Scott. Maybe you need a lawyer.
In an open forum. The answer to that question appears to be clear. What does the evidence tell us? Well, he engraved a few things on the bullet casings.
Did he really? Or is this an allegedly? Did you see those bullet casings? Because I've been hearing about these bullet casings for a long time, and they never released any evidence.
Hey, fascists, catch. That's one of them. He engraved the name of a song, Bella Ciao, an Italian folk song that's been adopted by Antifa. In World War II, the song was a partisan anthem by the Italian resistance who fought against Mussolini in the Nazi occupation of Italy. Tyler Robinson appears to have been brainwashed to believe that conservatives are fascists and Nazis, and that they must therefore be eliminated, murdered. Whatever gave him that idea? Well, here's a minute of voices of people that you will recognize that ought to make it pretty clear. Let's take a listen to this, courtesy of my friend, the Western Lensman from X.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking the out of fascism looks like.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said, no one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
Now, do you guys realize that they're doing the exact same thing right now? It's just fear-mongering. It's just fear-mongering. And then they're saying, like, well, how could someone like Tyler Robinson ever think like this? Well, let's show you some influencers on the other side and show you how they're brainwashing them, how they brainwash Tyler Robinson, how they're brainwashing the youth. Well, I don't know. After seeing those FARA documents with Brad Parscale and seeing that Trump's freaking son is part owner of the company that's distributing this guy's content, I think that there's a pretty high probability that, Scott Jennings and everybody else that we're listening to might be trying to brainwash us. No? Oh, man. Do I need my tinfoil hat? Is that a conspiracy theory? Is it like out of the realm? Is it out of the realm of possibility? Is it crazy for me to think that maybe, just maybe, the media distributors that are in part owned by the president's son might be trying to manipulate us into thinking that the left are the bad guys and that they were responsible for killing Charlie Kirk, even though all the evidence in the case is not only falling apart, but kind of pointing in the direction of people that they don't want it pointed in? Just saying. Just saying. It's like it is. This is mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling to me. All right, hold on. We got more. Oh, there we go. Let me find them. The real Mike Gallagher. No connection to me, by the way. Where is it? Yo, I just saw this jerk off. Where is he? Was it next post? Oh, there we go. It's always the top one. It's always the top one. All right, now this guy, his name is Mike Gallagher. No connection to me whatsoever. I just want to make that clear. Let's see what he has to say.
The movement that Charlie Kirk created has grown exponentially overnight. Overnight.
That's good news.
The midterm elections won't even be close.
Wait. This has to be an old one. Did he just say the midterm elections won't be close? Yo, look at that face, too. Hold on. I gotta, I'm not even, you guys zoom in if you want. I'm not going to do it to you guys. He just said the midterm elections won't be close. You know what? He's right. They won't be close. We're going to have a blue wave, and it's not going to make the country any better. Hate to say it.
Here is the great Charlie in action.
Who are you?
My name is Charlie Kirk, and I love America.
No, that's not the one. Yo, what happened?
Here is the great Charlie in action.
Where's the video that I had?
My name is Charlie Kirk, and I love America.
Man, I don't know
Because
what
I
to do
love
with it.
talking with people I disagree with. Started an organization that's now on 1,000+ campuses to save the greatest culture and country ever to exist.
Is it necessary?
Well, considering I've been assaulted, followed, stalked, and have been...
All right, Charlie, I'm sorry. Is this the one?
You mark my words.
There we go. We're back.
The movement that Charlie Kirk created has grown exponentially overnight. Overnight. The midterm elections won't even be close. Won't even be close. You think Democrats were enthusiastic about voting next year? You haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything yet.
Yo, I'm not even trying to joke right now, but you don't even need to know that this guy is connected with foreign agents and Don Trump Jr. to know that he's not credible. Not with these kind of guesses. Yo, you, my friend, are no Nostradamus. You bring shame to the Gallagher name.
And the tide is turning. Something has changed. Something has clicked finally with people.
Yeah. And that's that our greatest ally is actually our not so greatest ally.
These are not just fringe people. You look at the category of people calling for the joyful reaction to Charlie's death. Look, these people on the left who wish for death, who wish to kill their opponents, who want their political adversaries dead, you mark my words. The movement that...
Yo, meanwhile, not for nothing here. Hold on. Not for nothing. But Trump just like a week ago said that like once the Iranian threat is done, then the left will be the greatest threat to America. And meanwhile, Trump is like talking about wiping out the whole civilization of Iran. So who really wants who gone? Who really wants who gone? I'm just saying. I'm not like trying to stick up for the left, but let's not pretend that this Trump administration is any better or any less dangerous or any less divisive. All right? They're all scumbags. 2 wings, 1 bird. Yo, and I'm just telling you guys now, I'm saving the best clips for last. I'm saving the best clips for last. You know what? No. I'm definitely saving that one for last. Nope, and that one. You know what? While we're talking about our not-so-greatest ally, we got Chris Cuomo and Andrew Colvett.
and obviously close to the investigation, what's happening. Do you believe that the authorities have who is responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination, or do you think it was Israel?
Look at the face that he makes when he says that. Do you think that the police have the guy who did it, or do you think it was Israel? You know, like doing like the little head shake, like trying to like act like it's silly to even think so. And then you got Andrew Colvett like looking all serious, like he's like not already leaking those messages that Charlie was afraid that are not so that, you know, the Benihana might have taken him out. Like, yo, this is insane. And guys, I know that they're morons, but we have to be objective. Okay, we are not an echo chamber. We have to hear out the other side. So that, you know, like I know it would be fun to just sit here and like play Candace and Barron and all these clips, and you know, but it's good. It's important. We have to hear the other side. We have to see both sides and be objective, and you know, make sure that when we call these people liars and scumbags and say that they're full of shit, that we know what we're talking about. All right. So please bear with me. It's almost done. And when we're done, like I said, later on tonight, we'll go to members only. We'll watch Blake Bednar's, and we'll get some credibility back on our screen.
No, I don't think that it was Israel. I think they have the guy that did this. It doesn't mean that I don't have open questions about were there other people involved? Were there other people that knew beforehand? There seems to be indication that there was people that knew something was going to happen. And, you know, there's questions about this Salt Lake City armed queer group and their connections.
Oh, there we go. Right away. Hold on. When was this date? All right. This was in October. All right. This wasn't right away. So he's not jumping to too many conclusions.
And who maybe financed them. And that's stuff that I am really keen to get to the bottom of. And I know that everybody that's closest to Charlie and closest to Turning Point USA has those same questions. But what I can tell you is that there is a team that's working on it and coordinating with the authorities, and it's an active investigation. We're going to let that play out. We think that's the reasonable thing to do, the responsible thing to do. And sometimes we're not able to speak into different aspects of the case because it's an ongoing investigation. We don't necessarily want to negatively impact that. And so sometimes in that silence.
All right. They don't want to say that they don't want to negatively impact because it's an ongoing case. It's an ongoing investigation. But meanwhile, not all that long after this, Erica Kirk gets on Jesse Waters and says that she's seen all the evidence. She knows he's guilty. She's confident in the process and that there will be justice. And she forgives that man. She just doesn't forgive any of us for asking questions.
And other voices come in, and I'm just here to say that, you know, the communication has been robust with authorities, both federal, state, and local. And we've got a great team that's coordinating and collaborating and working with them. And yeah, we feel like they've got an amazing case, and we're just going to sit and let the process.
Now that we know what we know now about the 911 tapes and the gun that wasn't fired and the fact that they can't match the bullet to the alleged, you know, fragments that they found in Charlie Kirk, whatever made Andrew Colvett think that they had an amazing case? Whatever made them think that he had an amazing case? And think about it. You're going to tell me that Erica Kirk and all these people at Turning Point that they didn't hear those 911 tapes? That they didn't hear the 911 tapes where they described a man with long hair and all black with a vest and a mask and carrying a rifle? And none of them scratched their heads at any point and said, hey, you know, like, I'm glad that we think we got the guy, but that doesn't really seem like the guy. Like, what if he's not the guy? Like, wouldn't they want to make sure that they got the right guy? But a day later, they got the guy. They are confident, you know, but Steven Crowder's not advocating for violence. He's not saying that we should have a civil war, but he's also not saying everything that he's going to say until you go to his Rumble. I'm just saying.
Process run its course, but just because we are maybe silent, I just want to reiterate, does not mean that we are complacent, does not mean that we are not active behind the scenes. A lot of times with this stuff, it's you're calm on the top and your legs are going like a million miles a minute. And I think that's a good picture of what's really happening here.
In one way, it's not as much for you about who as it is about what was motivating Charlie Kirk's assassination and how to heal that with Turning Point. How does that focus the mission going forward? If you can give me a quick take on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to say it. The who, I think, is going to play itself out here. The what, we know what the what is. It was somebody that, or some people potentially, that didn't believe in dialogue, that didn't believe in open debate, that had given up on that. They picked up a gun instead of what Charlie did, which was pick up a microphone. And that is not an America that I want to live in. That is not a country I want to live in. And that's not a country that Charlie believed in or that our founders believed in. And so we want to restore open debate, open dialogue. That's why we keep the tour.
Yo, Danks, you still in the chat? I just saw my phone. Up. He said call him. All right, Danks. You're on speakerphone. The people are going to be able to hear you.
On mute?
No, you're not on mute. Everybody could hear you. You want to be on mute?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on, guys.
Tours going. That's why we keep the massive conventions and conferences going. That's why we're moving forward. And we're going to make sure that we honor Charlie's legacy the right way, because I know that he would not want his death to result in our movement, our coalition divided, or Turning Point somehow getting distracted. We're going to stay focused and keep the main thing the main thing. And like I said, the team is doing that heroically right now, and we will continue to do that.
Well, Andrew, I think you guys have a big place in the conversation. That's why I'm happy you want to come to the town hall. It'll be good to see you there. And you're always welcome here to make the case, because conversation has to be part of the cure. And I love that line.
Thank you.
Don't pick up a gun, pick up a microphone. Andrew, I'll see you soon. And I appreciate you coming on tonight. Please send my best to Erica and the kids. I am sorry for their loss.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
All right, guys. We're gonna get Danks to come on in a little bit. Danks, be ready for when I send you the link. All right, now let's see who is next. Who is this one now? Now we have Larry Elder, but this is going to be Montel Jordan talking first.
Why did he wait until the first word trans came up? Then he took the shot.
You think he heard it? He could hear it.
I think he could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally. I think this was a emotionally stunted person who literally, when I say it this way, just hear me, tried to defend his significant other, not trying to defend some ideology.
It wasn't ideological. He was just a love-torn child. Well, tell that to the prosecutors. They allege that after his arrest, his mother told investigators her son had become, quote, more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. This is what the prosecutor.
They're always pushing the same narrative. Oh, like nobody is questioning the narrative. Like that's what I find most concerning is nobody, like you have all these ties, all these affiliations, and everybody is just towing the party line. Everybody is towing the party line.
Have said. And again, according to the prosecutors, quote, in one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid move for the event. And the prosecutors say that the mom told the investigator that her son, during a conversation, quote, accused Kirk of spreading hate. Also, the top prosecutor said that there is an aggravating factor supporting Robinson's capital murder charge, and that is that he targeted Charlie Kirk based on Charlie Kirk's political expression, close quote. So if that isn't political, I don't know what is. Say the prosecutors. And Dan Bongino, the FBI co-deputy director, said that Robinson had a, quote, obsession with Charlie Kirk. But according to Montel Williams, it wasn't political. He was just a love-torn child.
That's another Salem Media affiliate. Now, here's another one. Now, this one is not affiliated with Salem. Let me find it. Where is he? Where is he? I'm actually not familiar with this guy, but I was going through the links. This is from National Review.
As you might have noticed, there are a lot of conspiracy theories out there about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, most famously promoted by Candace Owens, but Tucker Carlson now has pronounced himself as well skeptical of the official account.
It's not enough to have government officials tell us, well, this is the truth. We have a right, probably an obligation to say, well, can you prove it? And if you can't, I don't have to believe you.
Hey everyone, I'm Rich Lowry of National Review. Now, what Carlson said in that clip in isolation is unobjectionable, right? Of course, we want the government to provide evidence for things that it alleges. But in the context of this case, what he said is shameful and ridiculous because it's a way to cater to Candace Owens and the conspiracy mongers, because the overwhelming predominance of evidence in this case, actually every piece of evidence we have, points to it being an open and shut murder case. This is not an Agatha Christie mystery. Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Everything we have points there. No fancy conspiracies, no wild theories necessary. He did it. So let's review the facts and the evidence here, starting with the indictment of Tyler Robinson, which, by the way, is from Utah officials.
And again, notice how confident he is. Every piece of evidence, it's open and shut. Like how are these people so sure? And the more that comes out, all we see is more reasons to doubt, more conflicts of interest, more evidence that might not be so rock solid, from the 911 tape to the bullet not matching to the whole timeline not really making sense. They're like, everything seems to be falling apart, and honestly, I wish that wasn't the case. Like it would make me feel like as tragic as all this is, like if we could trust the system and we could believe that they did have the guy and that there wasn't a conspiracy and that the evidence did make sense, like, I don't think anybody would even be talking about this. We would probably be a lot more supportive of Turning Point USA. I mean, maybe not so much now with, the whole, conflicts in the Middle East going on. But before that, we definitely would have been more supportive of Turning Point USA. But we see all this, it's not even confidence, it's arrogance. It's like they just gaslight us. They shame us into questioning the narrative and not going against the left.
This is not a federal document. This is not from the feds. And what has Utah ever done to earn the deep, abiding suspicion of patriotic Americans? Utah didn't come up with the Russia hoax or any of that other stuff. And this indictment is extremely strong. So the first thing we learn is that there is a Utah Valley University police officer witnesses this horrific shooting, immediately recognizes that sounds like a rifle shot. Well, where's the vantage point where someone could have squeezed off this shot? Focuses on a vantage point on the roof, goes there and sees impressions in the gravel consistent with someone having been prone down in a shooting position, right?
But you know what they didn't see when they showed up to the scene, or at least they didn't speak about it in the dispatch, on the dispatch calls that we saw on the Baron Coleman show? We didn't hear them talk about finding the screwdriver. Like, you would think when they first got to the scene and they see where he would have been laying down, that they would have said, oh, there's a screwdriver. Why wouldn't they mention that? Aren't they supposed to go there to analyze the scene and report what they find? And what, they didn't find it right away? Is that why there was so many different people's DNA on the screwdriver, allegedly? Because maybe someone else picked it up, didn't know what it was. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But this guy seems to really, really know. He seems to be really confident.
His footprints, all the rest of it. They do a quick look at surveillance video. Well, there's someone who went onto that roof right before the shooting, and there was someone who got off that roof just after the shooting. Then they look closer at surveillance video, and they see someone, this is Tyler Robinson, who walks onto campus before the shooting, dark clothing, baseball cap pulled down, large sunglasses, head down, obviously wants to be inconspicuous, doesn't want to be picked up on video, goes on the roof. By the way, his gait as he's walking,
he's leaving out the part that the person that they saw on the steps, those images that we saw earlier, you know, with the person in the black shirt and the sunglasses and the hat, that they said that he had the weapon in his pants. But you see multiple images with the knees bent. I guess he missed that part. I don't know.
Towards the building and on the roof, very strange, consistent with having a rifle in his pants. Consistent with having a rifle in his pants.
With his knees bent. Consistent with having a rifle in his pants with his knees bent. Yo, I can't listen to this guy. I personally, I don't find him credible. You know what? We need to get a real credible journalist in here and get their opinion. Hold on. I'm sure I have clips of at least one credible journalist. Let me see what I can find. Hold on. Give me a minute. Actually, I'm going to delete some of these clips because I got too much clutter going on here. Nope, that's not the one. That's not the one. Nope, get rid of that one. Sorry guys, bear with me. I'm almost there. My X clips like reset. That's kind of annoying, but it's okay. We need a credible journalist. Yo, why yo. I'm sitting here clicking links by accident. Now I just lost one of mine. That's all right. We don't need that one. Hold on. Here we go. This is a credible journalist. Good old Megyn Kelly.
Here is what we know from earlier on in this case, from, again, the criminal information, which is the charging document for Tyler. This is verbatim what the...
This is the wrong one. Hold on. We'll get back. My bad. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Gotta make sure. This is the one I wanted to play. Good old Megyn Kelly.
Clear to me. My only hope is that I can be there in the room when they flip the switch. Tyler Robinson did this. Seems very clear to me. My only hope is that I can be there in the room when they flip the switch and take his life. I want him dead. I want the death penalty handed down against him and anyone who helped him. And I will be gleeful on the day it is carried out.
Innocent till proven guilty, right? Oh, one more time. I know I played this the other night. I can't help myself. Hold on, one more time. Now, remember, they don't want to tamper with the jury pool, right? That's like the big concern. People manipulating the jury pool. You know, because there's a system, there's a process. You know, they have a case, there's an investigation. They can't release certain information. You know, you can't pervert the process or jeopardize it. You need to protect the integrity of the case. And he's innocent until proven guilty. But then you have Megyn Kelly with her millions of followers, and well,
this seems very clear to me. My only hope is that Tyler Robinson did this. Seems very clear to me. My only hope is that I can be there in the room when they flip the switch and take his life. I want him dead. I want the death penalty handed down against him and anyone who helped him. And I will be gleeful on the day it is carried out. I honestly don't know how that squares with my Catholic faith, to be honest. We're not real pro the state killing people or humans taking other humans' lives, whether it's in the womb or
She's already regretting these words. Oh, let's fast forward.
yet to offer. He was a loving father of two. He and Erica adored one another, lived for one another. They had so much yet to do. She wanted 4 children. So did he. He desperately wanted 4 kids. They have 2 and will never.
Oh, don't try to change your professional opinion, Megan. Let's one more time.
Seems very clear to me. My only hope is that
seems very clear to her. And remember, she's not just an influencer with millions of followers, but she was an attorney. She was a lawyer.
Tyler Robinson did this. Seems very clear to me. My only hope is that I can be there in the room when they flip the switch and take his life.
It's too bad Steven Crowder doesn't like women, because I think Steven Crowder and Megyn Kelly would get along real great. Oh, holy shit. All right, you know what? Let's give Megan another chance. let's give Megan another chance. Where's the one that I was just playing? Here we go.
Here is what we know from earlier on in this case, from, again, the criminal information, which is the charging document for Tyler. This is verbatim what the state alleged. On the evening of September 11th, this is the day after Charlie was killed, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son.
Yo, it's just crazy. Yeah. Oh my God.
And asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. His mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, his father contacted the son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson, and Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson.
And you know what's crazy? Like, you keep hearing from investigators and Cash Patel and Dan Bongino about how there's a process. They can't give us information. They can't, they would love to, but they can't. But yet, somehow, the Steven Crowders, the Megyn Kellys of the world, people that are not biased at all, you know what I mean? Like, they get all these details. They get the scoop. Like, you don't think that if you had people that were, promoting and advocating for this type of violence with this sort of bias, that it wouldn't be better to maybe give the information and the details to people that are a little bit more objective and, not calling for death, not calling for civil war. It's just crazy. It's crazy. You can't make it up. You really can't make it up. You can't make it up. You get all these assholes. There's a process. There's an investigation. We have the evidence. Rest assured. Trust us. Trust us. Just like you did with 9/11. Just like you did with the Epstein files. Trust us. Just like with JFK. Just like with Martin Luther King Jr. Trust us. We have the evidence. We're going to have the right case. We're going to give it to you at the right time. And then somehow you got Steven Crowder over here and Megyn Kelly over there, both doing these rah-rah chants for death. You know what I mean? You got Steven Crowder, I'm not advocating for violence and I'm not calling for a civil war. Wink, wink. I don't want to get my YouTube channel banned. That's why I have a Rumble. And then you got Megyn Kelly. I want him dead. I know that he did it. I just hope I'm in the room when they do it. You know, it's like, yeah. Yo, the kangaroo courts of America. We do not have a real justice system in America. Like, this system is so far fucked. It's insane. It's insane. Like, it's terrible. It's terrible. Like, what the hell is going on to our country? What the hell is going on? Like, all right, Megyn Kelly, you get one more chance. One more chance. I think this one's more recent.
Andrew, one of the things that we have now learned from this same defense filing that spoke about the bullet, wrote about the bullet, is that the defense, it has revealed that the prosecution is going to be calling as its witnesses Tyler Robinson's parents and his lover, the trans furry Lance Twiggs. And let's start with the trans furry lover. That's the one with whom Tyler Robinson was allegedly texting.
When is this?
Weird sounding
All right, this is
text
7 days ago.
that sound like sort of.
Now, they show this footage. They show this picture of Lance Twiggs, but they don't show the one at the gas station where he doesn't look very trans. He definitely doesn't look like a furry. Sorry, I got chocolate in my mouth.
Old English, almost. I mean, it just doesn't sound like a Gen Z young man. But Lance Twiggs will presumably, if he's going to get called by the prosecution, stand up there and say, not only do I confirm those are my texts with Tyler, but let me show you a litany of other texts between me and Tyler where we often.
You know what, Danks? That's a really good idea. Hold on. Oh, my God. Yo, I'm definitely going to get sued. I'm definitely going to get sued.
Going to get called by the prosecution, stand up there and say,
have another one, Kelly.
Not only do I confirm those are my texts with Tyler, but let me show you a litany of other texts between me and Tyler where we often sound like we are Old English or we are from
Is that what she's drinking, Old English?
Fair. And speak like this to one another. You gotta laugh where you can. And
yo, it sounds like when you get stuck next to your crazy aunt at the party. You know, the one that's like either been divorced recently or was never married. She's like trying to like give you life, like give you knowledge and life lessons. And you're just like, fuck my life.
that'll be very helpful. Like if that's what he's going to do, if he's not like some sort of hostile witness, but he's really cooperating, and at a bare minimum authenticates those texts, then isn't this whole debate about whether they're real done?
Oh my God. I can't anymore. All right, we still got more clips. We gotta move on. The show goes on. All right, because there's someone else. Actually, you know what? Ba 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 ba. Hold on. Yo, Danks, check your Discord. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want Danks to join the show right now. I still have some more clips. We still have some more clips to go. But I know Danks is in the chat, and he was nice enough to let me on his show earlier. So I think it's only fair that I have him. You need a few minutes. What kind of fucking bullshit is that? You're working? What do you mean you're working? I'm working. We got people waiting for you, bro. All right, guys. Danks needs 15 minutes. So we're gonna give him the time that he needs. We're gonna give him the time. I'm just messing with you, buddy. You know, have a little drama and suspense. All right. So oh my God. Yeah. You know I had to go there. We're talking about Salem Media, right? If we're gonna go with Salem Media, we have to go with, one of their own. Although I don't know if Brandon Tatum is actually still with Salem Media. I know he was affiliated at one point. But this was him. I think this was pretty early on. Let's hear what Brandon Tatum has to say.
I want the person who killed Charlie Kirk to be brought to justice and put to death.
You know what? Once again, we have another one who, just wants to get people offed, just death penalty, throw it around. But at least, I'll give him credit with this. Because like I say, we got to be objective. I'm not a fan of this guy. I happen to think he's a scumbag. But I will give credit when credit's due. At least he's smart enough to say, I want the person who did this to be put to death. Not like our drunk aunt, like, I know it was him. He clearly did it. I want him dead. I want to be there. But let's go.
That's what I want. I don't think that there's many people out there that want justice more than I do. Maybe his wife and his mom and daddy.
All right, Brandon, now you're losing me because that's not really saying much. Because when you say that I don't think there's too many people that want justice more than you, and the first person you refer to is Erica, it kind of makes me think that you don't want any justice. But let's keep hearing what you have to say.
Maybe they want justice more, I would assume. But there is no way in the world that I would overlook, that I would not be open-minded to things that contradict what has already been put out there. Let's make something really clear. And I want you guys to listen to me on this. Quit listening to these people that just want to get clicks. The FBI, local law enforcement, is not allowed to release certain information. When you are a person, I'm going to give you an example. Breonna Taylor. I knew almost everything about Breonna Taylor before it ever hit the news. But I never shared it because I did not want to compromise the case. I let them file the case. I let it go to trial. I let it go to court or whatever the case it be. Then I released it because I didn't want to compromise. So if there's anybody that's claiming that they got information about the case and you find them disclosing information about the case through sources, that person is making a grave mistake. And that person does not care about the trial. They care about what their image look like and being correct. If you get
now, think about what he's saying here. He's referring to another case, and he's saying I had information. He's saying basically that he had inside information on the Breonna Taylor case, and he didn't tell anybody. Now, with that said, what if he had information on the Charlie Kirk case? What if he knew the whole time that there were some discrepancies, to say the least, with the weapon and, whether or not that was Tyler Robinson and whether or not the 911 calls matched up? Like, what if he had any of that information and he had reasons to have the same doubts that we all have now and he was withholding it? Now with everything we know about Salem Media and Brad Parscale and Don Trump Jr.'s affiliations, like, that makes those statements very worrisome because, we got some insiders. I mean, think about it. If Steven Crowder was able to get all that information right away and Megyn Kelly, you don't think Brandon Tatum, who was close to Charlie Kirk and is close with Turning Point USA and shared, or at least at one point, shared the same distributor of the content? You don't think he has any sources where he could have gotten that information? Very, very concerning. Very concerning. But let's see. Oh, there's another one. This one should be good.
You give me something that has a foundation, you'll catch me there. It starts as a conspiracy. When you've got some real facts behind it, now you've got my interest. To be honest with you, this could make perfect sense on its face. You got a kid that is clearly Antifa, who his parents say was radicalized by the left. He has a trans lover who had a deeply disturbed background that's also a furry. I mean, it does, like I've just said, like kind of adds up. The kid turned himself in. Not like we grabbed the wrong guy. He turned himself in. I killed Charlie Kirk. Okay. So until you give me something else, and I appreciate, like, it doesn't sound like they would say the word vehicle. It doesn't sound like he would say my love. Well, he's insane. So,
well, I mean, when you put it that way, I mean, you're right. You sold me. Maybe Tyler Robinson did do it. But speaking of insane, look at her eyes. Oh my God. Yo, you see this face? I swear I didn't even do that on purpose. I didn't even watch this whole clip. Yo. That's kind of scary. That's kind of I'm going to get this one off the screen real quick. Those eyes are not to be messed with. But I'm not really familiar with that person, so I'm not going to be saying anything derogatory in any way. All right, now Brandon Tatum is covering Nate. This is the video that I lost before. I got it back. I don't know the timestamp, so I might have to skip around a little bit to find the part that I want.
But the ATF has come in and said there's a difference between a round being inconclusive.
Charlie to the magical 30-06, he was unable to do so. So yes, now the bullet doesn't match the rifle. Okay. It's almost like somebody told you.
Yo, Tatum looks so pissed right now covering Nate, and Nate saying that. Right? Look at him. He looks so pissed. And Nate looks so happy. It's like, the bullet does not match the rifle. And Tatum's like just sitting there like, just saying.
You guys that from, what was it, 24 hours after the assassination attempt? Crazy. And to make matters even worse for the prosecution, it sounds like there's upwards of 7 different people's DNA on the magic 30-06.
Time out. Think of this. Think about this for a minute. He knows better. You think he would know better. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's never done an investigation.
All right, so right away you're doing some kind of straw man argument. You're not fighting the point. Now you're attacking the person and trying to discredit him. No, Brandon, stick to the point. Just stick to the point.
There's a difference between a round being inconclusive and a round not matching the weapon. And it's funny how...
Yeah, that's very true, except you guys keep saying that it's an open and shut case and that you have all the evidence you need, and it's like we're stupid and foolish for even asking questions. So no, I'm sorry. When it's inconclusive, when it's not matching, that doesn't sound so open and shut.
He conflates, and this is the problem that a lot of these people are getting involved in. They're conflating, although they've read...
Oh, they're conflating. You don't think that you guys were conflating when you say that it's an open and shut case? When you leave out the fact that the 911 tapes didn't match Tyler Robinson? They kind of looked more like Lance Twiggs, who didn't get arrested. That you got a half a dozen or more different people's DNA on the magic screwdriver that popped up in the magic weapon? But we're conflating? Nate's conflating?
These articles, I'm sure, and they know that there's a difference between not matching and being inconclusive. So you did not say this right after the shooting. You have made a projection based on the round being the 30-06. But
that's right. You guys said it right after the shooting. Right after the shooting, you got the guy. Certain people want him dead. Like we're not promoting violence, but we know it was the left. We know who they are, what they're gonna do. We're not calling for a civil war. Wink, wink. But we're conflating. We're jumping to conclusions.
ATF has come in and said they were unable to conclusively identify the round with any weapon because it's too fragmented. So there's no evidence that it didn't come from the gun, and there's no evidence that it did come from the gun because of this. It's inconclusive. So that doesn't rule out the fact that it could have been shot from the 30-06 rifle. And then when you go and you use the lack thereof common sense and say there was multiple DNA on the 30-06, and I'm assuming he means the rifle. Well, anybody with common sense, including himself, would know that multiple DNA, to me, is an indication of more of an authentic item of evidence versus if you got one and only had one fingerprint on it.
Yo, that sounds so stupid. How would having multiple DNA make it better evidence than if it only had the one? You know, maybe you want to say 2. I don't know. But 7? 7? I don't know if it's really 7. But if it's 7, I'm sorry. If I'm a prosecutor and I have a choice, if I want to work a case where there's a weapon, where the bullet conclusively matched the 911 calls, describe the person I'm trying to prosecute, and that his DNA is the only DNA on the weapon, versus another case where the bullet didn't match conclusively, that the 911 calls sound to be describing somebody else, and that there's 7 different individuals' DNA on the weapon, I'm going to take option A every time. That's the one that sounds open and shut. That's the case that all these assholes sounded to be describing earlier on. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And this is what I mean. This is the problem that I have right now with Salem Media. Because if all these people, and not all of them, because Megyn Kelly and Steven Crowder, they're not connected, but Brandon Tatum has direct affiliations with Salem Media. Direct affiliations. So when he's sitting here peddling these narratives, pushing these narratives, and defending Erica Kirk, he has history with them. Has history with Turning Point USA. Has history with a lot of people. Has business ties or former business ties with Salem Media, who, again, Chief Strategic Officer Brad Parscale, who, according to those FARA documents that I believe were filed just a couple weeks after Charlie left the board, is a verified foreign agent. And Salem Media, you know, the sitting president's son has stake in the company. So I see a very large conflict of interest. So when anybody affiliated with that company is going to make statements on this case, despite their conflicts of interest, they better be rock solid. They better know what the hell they're talking about. They better be objective. They better not be biased. And that has not been the case. Or has it? I don't know. Guys, put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat if you find any of these people we've been listening to tonight credible. Like, put a 2 in the chat if you trust Brandon Tatum. Put a 1 in the chat if you trust Nate's word.
There is nothing that you own that don't have more DNA on it than your own DNA. The keys to your car. Multiple people have touched your car keys. Your kids touched them. Your wife touched them. You've touched them. Valet touched them. You name it. There's multiple people that have touched your car keys. You go down the list. Your credit card. There's multiple people that have touched your credit card, especially your.
You know what? Since you want to make analogies, you know, and we're talking about Charlie Kirk, let's talk about what he holds near and dear. Let's talk about Erica. What do you think Charlie would prefer? Erica Kirk to have the DNA of 7 other men in her or on her, whatever, or just one, just his? I know that's a really mean analogy, but like, come on, this guy's setting himself up for it. He's setting himself up. He sounds like a fucking retard. I'm sorry.
Your gun. Multiple people have touched my gun. And it's because my wife, sometimes she takes my gun, or we go to the gun range. When I'm at the gun range, I have a 9mm. Some of the guys, we shoot each other's guns. So
what? Think about it. He's an influencer. He's like, yeah, yo, even my gun. Yo, I go to the gun range and this one's got my gun. That one's got my gun. Like, yo, that does not sound good. That does not sound responsible. You know, all the more reason why I think this guy's an asshole.
I got multiple people's DNA on my gun. So if I shot somebody today and somebody recovered my gun, you're going to see multiple DNA strands. If I saw one DNA, that's a problem. Because that means I cleaned the gun and then I touched it, or somebody staging something. Finish the clip.
Or somebody staging something. You know, now you're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Because I think somebody's staging something too. But we're not going to finish the clip. I want to go to another clip. I got an even better clip. I've got a clip of an interview that Brandon Tatum did, or he put out just a week before Charlie Kirk left us. You guys ready for this one?
Policy. Accidents do happen in war, but that in no way reflects on our policy. And in fact, the way we treated this mishap does reflect on our policy.
That's right, guys. Let's not forget the date on this. 7 months ago. Hold on. September 4th. September 4th, this was put out. I don't know when the interview was actually given, but 6 days before Charlie left us, Brandon Tatum did an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm not gonna go very far into this. I'm not trying to go there with it, but just to give you guys an idea of this fucking asshole's character, let's just listen to a little bit of it. And when I say fucking asshole, obviously I'm talking about Brandon Tatum. I would never say such a thing about BB. In fact, I wish BB well. I hope he finds Jesus.
Because we actually took care of them and we do everything in our power to protect them. In a war zone, it's much more difficult, obviously, but we still go to lengths to do that. And in Israel, if you actually talk to the majority of Christians, talk to them, you'll see what they say. They say Israel is the only place where we're respected and protected.
Okay, now, Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that Israel is the only place where Christians feel protected and respected. Now, for those of you who have not seen this interview, you might want to sit down.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and it.
Yo. You see what I mean? That's why I used the hard R. That's why I said he's a fucking retard. We only had one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors. Hold on. I'm not making this up. This ain't AI. Let's play it again.
That as a Christian who went to Israel, I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and it.
Yo, think about it. Think about it. One incident. I'm not even gonna go. That's all you need to hear. That is all you are. You're gonna actually no. You want to hear a little more? Immediately they rectified the situation.
Immediately after, there was an adult that came by and said, "That's not a representation of who we are. You know, we love you guys. You guys are always welcome here." And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief. We had no issues whatsoever.
Yo, okay, asshole. Where do you think the kids learned it from? Why would a small child spit on a Christian? Why would a small child spit on anybody? He obviously learned it from his parents, or he learned it from some adult. He's just a small child. He didn't get the memo. You know what I mean? Like, and this is the guy. That's the guy. Salem Media. Salem Media, which is supposed to be one of the top Christian distributors of media in America. Verified registered foreign agent for Israel, a not Christian company, who apparently has children that think it's okay to spit on Christians. But we're not even making it about that. I wasn't even looking for anything like that. That just came up. That was like 5 minutes into that interview. It's like, yo. Like, this is not okay. This is not okay. And that's the guy. That's the guy who's sitting there like trying to gaslight us into thinking that we're crazy or we're hateful or that, for questioning the narrative with Charlie Kirk. How could we do that? How could we think that of Erica? How could we think that of Benny Hannes? You know, it's all this narrative control. You know, they want you to hate the left. They want you to hate the left. They don't want you, they don't want to advocate violence. They don't want you to have a civil war, but they'll just keep talking about violence. They'll keep talking about a civil war. They'll keep telling you that they want you dead and that you should defend yourself, but that they're not advocating for violence. You got Megyn Kelly talking about a 22-year-old. Megyn Kelly, a lawyer, former lawyer, whatever, but got a huge platform. Millions of people watch her. I don't know about anymore, but at one point, millions of people watched her. And she's assuming the guilt, saying that she wants him dead. She knows he did it, and she wants to be in the room when it's done. But they're all worried that they're going to tamper with the jury pool. You know, Brandon Tatum. You know, I don't know if the 7K Club is a real thing, but a lot of people have told me that they think he's the captain. Saying, you know, we went to Israel and it was great. I only saw one Christian get spit on, and it was by a small kid. It wasn't even an adult. And the adult man told him that that's not a representation of us. But anybody with common sense knows that if a small child is spitting on a Christian, it's because in that small child's home, they're taught not to respect Christians. It's like these people think that we're fucking assholes. They think that we're stupid. You know, and this is why this whole thing with Charlie Kirk, it's just so disappointing. It's so disheartening. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to peddle conspiracy theories. I'm not sitting here trying to be divisive. Like, I'm trying to find the truth, and I'm trying to call out the people that I think are full of shit. And that is my God-given right as an American. I'm exercising my First Amendment right. You know, and the truth is, anybody who watches my platform, watches my content, knows that I am an advocate for peace. I'm an advocate for pacifism. I talk about it all the time. I say that this is not an echo chamber. Like, we want everybody to be welcome. We want people to have a voice. We want them to speak their side. Even if they're pro Benihana's, even if they're from there, even better. Let's hear somebody's side. But I want to hear people that are telling the truth. I want to hear people that are objective. I want to hear people that are willing to take accountability when they're wrong. And believe me, if somehow, some way, I find out that Tyler Robinson did shoot and kill Charlie Kirk in the neck with the 30-06, I would apologize. I mean, to not everybody, because, I mean, let's face it, people have definitely been exploiting Charlie's memory since he's been gone. And they're not continuing his legacy and spreading the message that he was when he was alive. So I'm not going to get too carried away. You know, but I also was the first one to come out when I said that I was trying to reach out to different people, and that I spoke to somebody from Turning Point USA, or that had connections at one point, and that they told me, you know, because I had come out and made the videos covering Brian Harpaul. I said he sounded full of shit. He looked guilty. These guys were all scumbags. And somebody that I actually spoke to that had connections told me, like, hey, no, you're wrong. Like, Brian Harpaul loved Charlie. You know, like, I don't think that he ever would have been involved. And they said the same thing about Tyler Boyer. And I said this last week on the show, that they said that Tyler Boyer was a really nice guy and he's catching a lot of heat and they feel bad for him. And whatever happened was over his head. And I was like, wow. Like, wow. And it made me realize, like, the same way that I question whether or not Charlie's even dead because I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know them either. I don't know Brian Harpaul. I don't know Tyler Boyer. I don't know Erica Kirk. I don't know any of these people, you know, but I do know what they say. I do know what they say. And when I hear people like Brandon Tatum and Steven Crowder and Megyn Kelly, and I hear these clips and hear the things that they're saying, I think they're all a bunch of scumbags. I think they're assholes. You know? Like, I do. And I don't think I'm wrong for saying that. And I wouldn't have any problem if I was in a position, let's say I had a bigger platform and I was in a position to actually talk to these people, whether on or off the record. I would have no problem doing so. And any of you guys that know me, that have spoken to me when the camera's off or on the phone or in person or whatever, know that I am the same person off camera that I am on camera. I'm the same fucking person. Same way that I talk, same way that I think, say the same theories. You know, I'm not like getting on the show one day, peddling one theory, you know, saying, oh, I think this, I think that for clicks. And then you're going to get me on the phone. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, maybe it was like, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm pretty open. I'm pretty transparent. But, oh, shit. Yo, what's up, buddy?
Jeez, you don't even give me a chance to set up. My goodness, my mic is all.
No, I was going on a rah-rah rant. I didn't know how long you were there. I just popped. I just saw you and I popped up.
I just got in.
The Dankster is in the building.
What's up?
What's
what are we
up, buddy?
titling this sucker? I'm gonna put this on my stream.
You put it Real Bays crashes out, gets sued. His last YouTube, find him on Kick. No, I put it at Charlie Kirk case, Salem Media, and something about asking if people are compromised, which I know you've been in and out of the chat. I don't know how much you caught, but I was just talking about how I don't actually know any of these people. I don't know any of the people from Turning Point USA, but from the people that we covered today, that, you know, some of them don't really, they don't sound too credible. There may be some conflicts of interest. Yo, did you see what I just played with Brandon Tatum? I don't know if I still.
Yeah,
have
that's why I joined. Hold on, just take me off for a second. Let me set this up. Just give me a second. Right?
Remove you? Okay. All right. Damn, now I got thrown off tilt. I was in the middle of a rah-rah speech. Nah, but seriously, guys, you guys understand where I'm coming from? Yo, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. And put a 3 if you just think that I'm out of my mind. For real. Are you ready? Are you ready, Danks? Add you to the stage? Are you ready?
It's not. You can't hear me anyways, so I don't know why you asked. Yeah, I'm almost ready. I'm just gonna name it. Why is Tyler Robinson the only person of interest in the Charlie Kirk case?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Trying to keep it friendly.
Yeah. So watching Brandon Tatum, that was pretty disgusting, bro. Oh, we had one small incident where a young kid spit on it was a Christian pastor, correct?
Yeah.
He spit on a pastor, bro.
And you know what I was thinking about? Because remember when I told you last week how I spoke to someone that had affiliations with, or former affiliations with Turning Point, and that they said that Tyler Boyer and the security team was getting a bad rap. And I'm like, well, if you can explain the hand signals, maybe I'll believe it. But what do you think about the idea that a lot of these other influencers that are clearly compromised or seem to be compromised and are just pushing the narrative just too hard, do you think that that is causing any of the backlash with Turning Point USA? That maybe if people that were promoting the narrative were just a little bit more objective, that it wouldn't seem so shady, and that so many people wouldn't be, getting so angry with people like Erica Kirk or Tyler Boyer or anybody else?
Repeat the first part. Yeah, what were you asking specifically?
I'm saying that if so many of these other influencers, like Megyn Kelly and Tim Pool and Steven Crowder and Brandon Tatum, if they weren't all so full of shit and so hateful, that do you think that maybe people wouldn't be as resentful towards Turning Point USA themselves?
I think that people, when it comes to Turning Point USA, I think the number one thing is the silence on behalf of them. They're just they're staying very quiet, right? So we don't get to hear their perspective, and I think that drives, like, silence drives people crazy, right? So we don't know what we only take what we see, and what we see is,
but that's what I'm
nothing,
saying.
right?
But that's what I'm saying. It's not just silence, though. I don't think it's the silence that's driving people crazy. You're getting silence from them, but then you're getting a lot of bullshit from other people that are backing them.
Yeah, no, of course. I think
You know
that
what I
if
mean?
they didn't say all the shit that they're saying, like what we hear from Drunk Ant, Megyn Kelly, and like No New Shirt Officer Tatum, meeting with the freaking prime minister with a freaking prison shirt on. I mean, geez, bro, like you don't have no respect for yourself, for anybody around you. You show up looking like a slob. You talk like a mess. I mean, honestly, bro, like whether or not I'm not, I saw that and I noticed, I'm like, what, this guy, bro, like talks all big and mighty, but then looks like shit, bro. And then you're gonna say you have I'm only saying this because I'm offended at the fact that he said in front of the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, oh, we only had one small incident where a young child, like that is the most disgraceful thing I think I've ever heard come out of anyone's mouth. That's just gross, bro. And so, yeah, obviously the rhetoric, in my opinion, is shaping a narrative because you hear everyone saying, I mean, you go and run it from Mark Levin to this dude to Kelly to every single one of them. Now, granted, Tatum did say, I just want them to find the right person, right? But at the end of the day, they're just calling for murder. And it's not like we don't want justice.
Clips, the clips with Steven Crowder and Megyn Kelly are just insane.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that. And then, there were other clips with Crowder and Tim Pool where they're calling Candace to see you next Tuesday. And like, just very, very violent, very, very obnoxious. And like, they raised the temperature a lot. They're trying to turn everybody on the left. And it's happening on both sides. It's no different. Like, how could people in MAGA get so angry about when people are calling Trump and his people are Nazis and saying that, oh, well, they're advocating for violence and they're hinting at violence and they're using dangerous rhetoric. But then they do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's even more brutal, right? It feels more brutal. It's also, like, we got to realize Charlie Kirk was assassinated in front of all of our eyes. At least that's what it looks like. So I can understand people being upset or angry or whatever, but there is no innocent until proven guilty here. And that's the major problem, is that we are in a country where the person is supposed to be proven guilty. And they started off the entire show, or I call it a show. They literally started off this entire situation with saying that he was guilty from day one. We got him. He admitted it. Like, but the whole thing on the back end, I think about it like this as a developer. It's like I could create a website, right? And I could make it look perfect. But if you click a button, nothing works. You see what I'm saying? If you go to log in with your Google account, it doesn't do anything. That's how I see this case.
You ever see the movie Matilda back in the day? It's a kids movie.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, me too. One of my favorite kids movie of all time. Danny DeVito when he's putting like the rubber cement glue on the crappy cars that he's like gonna paint up and sell. That's what the Tyler Robinson case is.
Yeah. Except
chat, put a 1 in the chat if you understand the reference, if you know what I'm talking about. If you've seen the Matilda came out, what, 94, 95?
Yeah, I watched it not too long ago, maybe 6 months ago. It's a good movie, man. It teaches you a lot about just life, some of these movies, It's funny because when we look back and we look at someone like Matilda observing this world, imagine being in her shoes, right? And seeing this all unfold and what kind of evil that we see. Yes, obviously it's evil. Charlie Kirk was taken out. This is not what we wanted to see, but it happened. But to see the reaction, not only the celebration immediately from the left, but it almost feels like it's by design, because then that celebration sparked an outrage of anger and fury from the I'm just going to say aligned podcasting stations and influencers, or whatever you want to call them. Because right now what we're seeing is the same talking points, the same rhetoric, and guess what? It comes from what appears to be the same place. And what do we know about that place? It's operated by a registered foreign agent. Now, this is the thing. I'm not a Zionist, and I don't understand the ideology, the theology behind it. I understand it, but I don't align with it. And so the thing is, maybe they think they're doing a good thing or something like that. I was talking to somebody today, and I think it's interesting the perspective of, oh, well, imagine if you're tasked and paid to be a pro-Christian, spewing or disseminating pro-Christian information, and you're paid by the USA or whatever to disseminate pro-Christian information that wasn't Zionist. How would you feel? Would you feel like you're doing a good thing? So it's interesting to get a perspective like that. But at the same time, when you're taking money from a foreign government and you're tasked with battling the internet to take over the AI systems in order to manipulate the output of the AI based off of taking over the internet space with those responses for the output. I know it sounds kind of nerdy. Like, let me make it simple. Imagine you go to your chat GPT right now and you type in something about the alignment of Israel and the United States. And today you get an output that says America is lashing out because of X, Y, and Z. Iran war, there's new foreign agent conversation, breaching the media space. And then imagine in 5 or 6 months from now, you go and you ask the very same question. And the response is US and Israel have never been more aligned. They actually have the most in common ideologically. They walk hand in hand in this thing and in that thing. They share this information and that, and they are the best. So then it would make you think that you're crazy. But the only reason that's happening is because somebody is working diligently on the back end, which just means they're building websites and back pages to their websites that are giving authority information to the internet. And when your AI searches again later, it's indexed that information. And because there's more of that than people yelling at the internet about Israel, it will pull that information over the argumentative information because it's authoritative. It's more. For example, if I could share my screen, I'm going to share it with you real quick. Right here.
Oh yeah, I just gotta click it.
Yeah, so there's one of the websites is justorium.org. Okay, I think this works, right? Okay, so this is one out of like 12 that I've gone through so far. But each one of these pages, like if you look down here, it says this material is distributed by Clock Tower X LLC on behalf of the state of Israel. Additional information is available at the DOJ, Washington, D.C. UN resolutions on terrorism and self-defense. War crimes explained. Legal precedents. In the U.S. and Israel, justice means order and restraint. Okay, fine. This is one page. So then they have each one of these pages, and it's built to literally be an output for their bias. And the more of these pages that you create, see within international law, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Just click on one. And it's built to give AI the perfect output to answer your question. What is al-Ali? How Hamas tactics change the legal picture? Whatever it is. But if you read through, okay, not only that, this is how they actually do it. This is the most effective way. They have, look at all of these pages here. These are all fake news page webs. They just put a picture, they put information, and they use high quality key metadata and GEO methods, generative engine optimization methodology. And each one, like you can scroll for a while on this. I mean, you can click on one, how Wikipedia is being manipulated to distort the record on Israel and its war against Hamas. ChatGPT will cut for many Americans. For many Americans, the first 3 words, Americans. Wikipedia has become a default reference point. So the reason I bring this up is because when we look at the talking points, what happens is you were talking about Scott Jennings, you were showing Scott Jennings and some others. When we look at these outputs, what happens is people do research, but the thing is they're doing research very simply. They're using ChatGPT like Google, right? So when these people come and they're looking, they're getting information that's feeding the bias of their group that they're already utilizing, that they're already involved with. So when Tatum or anybody that you've watched that's inside it, even if you're not under Salem Media, you are falling into this Zionist propaganda. That's what I'm going to call it, because this is not America first. It is not. It is not Christian. All right, and when you see a young kid, admittedly by Officer Tatum himself, spitting on a Christian pastor, it tells you a lot about Judeo-Christianity, right? And I've been covering that a lot on my channel lately. I personally don't believe that that's a real thing. I even heard it today. I was, what was I doing? I was watching something, and I was surprised to hear it. Anyways, I was surprised to hear it. And, you know, oh, shit, I can't remember. I thought I remember. But anyways, I was talking to somebody, and yeah, I just think that this rhetoric is becoming so, when you don't have anybody building additional websites to combat this information, eventually all this information is going to be pressed out to everybody, and it's only going to convey this from the AI. Am I losing you? Or
No. I want to show everybody something real quick, because as you know, like a lot of people are surprised that I still use ChatGPT. But I've told you that I'm like very good with it. Like I know it inside and out. I understand how it works with the sensitivity guardrails and all that. But take a look at this. I asked it, give me a breakdown on the sensitivity guardrails, red flag, and no fly zones on ChatGPT. And then it says, you know, what the guardrails actually are. They're constraint layers that filter or shape responses so the system avoids harm, facilitation, or wrongdoing, unsupported or high-risk claims about real people.
oh, but hold on. Harm is important. It says physical, legal, or reputational.
Yes.
Keyword.
Yes. But like I said, I have my own ways of, prompting to, like, work around certain things. Probably shouldn't say that live. Not like they don't already know.
Oh,
but,
they know already.
yeah. But anyway, now all this, but now I skipped through all this, and I'll actually put this in my Discord so everybody could see it and read the whole thing if they want. But then I said, what about what pertains to Jews, Zionism, and Israel? And then it says this area is one of the most tightly controlled, and it puts most tightly controlled in bold, because it sits at the intersection of protected classes. So they're labeled right away. They're saying protected classes, geopolitics, and historical harm. The key distinction is what you're targeting: religion, ethnicity versus ideology and state policy, and how you frame it. Hard no-fly zones will get blocked or heavily suppressed. It says attacks on Jews as a group. But you got to look at what it defines as attacks on Jews as a group. Generalizations about Jews controlling media, finance, politics, etc., which is kind of ridiculous when you think about the percentage of politicians that are getting funded by and getting donations from AIPAC. When you do your own research into all the media companies and you find out who owns them and has controlling stakes in them, and the same thing with the banks. But then let's keep going. Claims about collective intent, loyalty, or hidden coordination tied to identity. Dehumanizing language, stereotypes, or historical tropes. These fall under protected class rules. Religion, ethnicity, even indirect phrasing can trigger this. Now, the important part to realize with this is the generalizations. Like, this is already so wide, and they're trying to make it wider. And when they say protected class, they mean that we are different classes of people with different rules, that we are not equal, that our freedom of speech is not really the same as theirs. Because if you're a protected class and these rules don't apply to the other classes, then they could say whatever they want. And a perfect example of that is Laura Loomer on X. Anybody who's been on X and sees the crazy, hateful things that Laura Loomer says about Muslim people, like, just imagine if it was anybody else, and instead of, like, anytime they say Islam or Muslim or referring to a certain place, imagine if the person was saying, like, Jew, Zionist, or Israel. Like, those accounts would be banned immediately. And it's not right. It's not right. Now, look, conspiracy framing tied to Jewish identity, secret Jewish networks, global control, dual loyalty as a group, etc. Even if you're trying to talk about power structures, tying them to Jewish identity is broadly a red line. Now, that's kind of crazy because once you make those rules, once you establish those parameters, then it basically gives them free reign to get away with whatever they want because there's no accountability. All of a sudden, it becomes wrong to even question them. And like, let's face it, you just look at the files. Look at the files. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. And that is where, like, what opened my eyes and said, hey, there's something wrong here. Like, we have a constitution. Like, our country was built and designed to be a certain way for a reason. And now it's been manipulated. And you see that it's being manipulated because politicians are selling us out. And there is a problem with mainstream media and social media influences and people like Larry Ellison, who is the number one biggest individual donor to the IDF. And why do you think he bought TikTok? Why do you think he bought Paramount? Why do you think he's buying Warner Brothers? You know,
let me ask you a question. Do you think that Tyler Robinson being Mormon, and this is something that just hit me right now as I'm sitting here listening. Do you think that Tyler
hold your thought. I just want to say, because there's a lot more here. I'm not going to read it.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm just telling everybody. I'm going to put this all in my Discord so that everybody could read it. Sorry, keep going.
Do you think that because Tyler Robinson is Mormon, and these people are all seemingly aligned with Judaic Zionism, do you think that has an impact on choosing Tyler Robinson?
I mean, listen, it's you see, it's so
have you
tough
thought about that? Do you know the relationship between Jews?
I
and
have. I have. There's a lot there to get into with
and I'm not even saying that
churches and
that Israel has anything to do with it, but the fact of Zionism or Judaism and Mormonism, maybe they clash, right?
There are multiple there are a lot of organizations and a lot of different religions. I mean, I won't even try to come up with different language. Like there are different religions. Like just like not all Jewish factions are the same, not all Christian factions are the same. And unfortunately, especially in terms of Christians and Christianity, I think that there are more of these organizations and branches, factions, whatever you want to call it, that I find to be fraudulent and not really true Christians than there are real ones. So I think that there is a lot of times you get these situations where you have different churches and there is something else going on there. I think that there is something else going on there with a lot of these churches, and that they have a lot of ulterior motives, and that they're not all necessarily prioritizing spreading the gospel and the word of Jesus. I mean, how can they be when they're promoting wars and death and destruction in the Middle East? It's almost as asinine as the idea of Judeo-Christianity to begin with. Because if you're a real Christian, you don't look at Muslims and Jews and all these people like enemies and threats and people that you need to get rid of. You see them as people that you need, or that you should feel obligated, at least in some sense, to help find Jesus. Like those are people that you want to save. Like that's why they say that, like when people find Jesus, that they get saved. You know, and that's why I am a pacifist and I am an advocate for peace. And like, I might get on here and I might call people scumbags and this and that and call out institutions and call people out, but I don't hate them. I'm not a hateful person. I don't want any war. The same way that I don't want any of these bombs going off in Iran, I don't want them going off in Israel either. I don't. You know, and you know, like there are people out there that do feel like, oh, you know, like when you see conflicts, they might be rooting for one side and be like, oh, it's about time they get a taste of their own medicine. And I think that that's the wrong attitude to have. I understand why people have it. I don't like resent or feel a way towards anybody that has it. I just want people to keep an open mind and just You know, like me being a Christian, I want them to think about Jesus and just realize that there is a better way. And the same way that I criticize the Republicans and the people on the right for attacking the left and trying to, you know, when you see guys like Steven Crowder talking about a civil war, or Megyn Kelly saying that she wants them dead, those people are no better than the ones on the left that were celebrating when Charlie Kirk got killed. They are no better. And that's why on my show, you know, I know we got a lot of your watchers, but, you know, on my show, like I have and you know, because a lot of my group, it's your group too, you know, like you just have a bigger group. But, you know, the people that watch me and the people in my community, like we have a saying that we say, we are the light. And that's what that means. You know, like we don't give in to the hate. We don't give in to the bullshit.
Yeah, but specifically, what I kind of want to talk about this because I think it's an interesting topic, and I'm happy to educate on it actually because it's genuinely an important ideological tension to understand regarding Tyler Robinson being Mormon and the fact that Mormons have been involved, deep state operations, CIA, which has become a running joke in the CIA, admittedly by operatives inside, and it's also one of the most probably never discuss things openly.
You're referring to the Church of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's any coincidence that half of Turning Point USA is connected with Church of Latter-day Saints. And I'll even go as far to say, like, that was one of the reasons why my spider senses were tingling when Nick Shirley broke that story in Minnesota. It's like, here you have a kid that had a failing YouTube channel. All of a sudden, he does a 2-year missionary with Church of Latter-day Saints who have strong ties to Turning Point USA. Then he comes back, his channel explodes. He's getting all these cases. He's got JD Vance giving him the rub. He's there on January 6th, you know? And listen, I'm not saying that anything about his character or anything, because people don't know when they're being groomed. Like, he's a young kid. He's doing great work. And, like, he seems to have good intentions.
We're getting off of where I'm trying to
all right, take over.
I'm trying to take this somewhere. If I'm a committed political Zionist, particularly one who operates at the institutional level of organizations like AIPAC, the ADL, or the Israeli Ministry or the Israeli Foreign Ministry, or the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, however you want to call it, my central strategic concern would be the consolidation and protection of support for the Israeli state among, or even more so, of the American public. It's either even or higher in Israel, right? Either even with American in Israel or higher for Israel in Israel's favor. Now, everything I would do would flow from that objective. And when I would look at a Mormon, theologically, with that objective in mind, you wouldn't see, or they wouldn't see, an ally. They would see a complicated problem, probably dressed up as an ally, helping from the inside, but not flowing towards the same ideological flow. So Mormon theology would make a claim that cuts to the absolute heart of Jewish religious identity. And the Book of Mormon asserts that a group of ancient Israelites sailed to the Americas around 500-600 BC and founded civilizations here. The LDS Church teaches that these people were of the house of Israel, and that they carried the covenant with them, and that God continued to speak to them through prophets in the Americas for roughly 1,000 years. Which this means, what it means theologically is that the LDS Church is not just saying it respects the Jewish covenant, it is saying it has its own version of the Jewish covenant, its own continuation of Israelite history, and its own prophetic lineage that runs parallel to, and in some ways supersedes, the Jewish one. This guy, Joseph Smith, did not claim to build a new religion from scratch. He claimed to restore the original one, the one that the Jewish people had lost and or corrupted or allowed to be incomplete over centuries of tradition. So from a Zionist institution, I'm really trying to, because what we're noticing here is, as you play these clips, I noticed that the Zionist ideology keeps saying it's the same rhetoric coming from those people, right? And they're open about it, and it's fine. That's their belief. However, I could see the reasoning of wanting to go against somebody who would be Mormon, and it makes it easier for them because, again, The LDS doctrine holds that the New Jerusalem is the ultimate Zion, that it will be built in Missouri, not in the Middle East. All right. Actually, in Independence, Missouri. The LDS Church believes that the American continent has a divinely appointed role in unfolding of God's redemptive plan. I guess it's how you could say it, like redemption, the plan for redemption that is at least equal to, and in some readings, superseding the role of the land of Israel. So just from that alone, I could draw some theological architecture that if it were ever fully activated in Mormon political consciousness, it would produce a form of American Christian identity that is deeply spiritual, deeply covenant oriented, that is not ideologically aligned with Zionism at all.
Yeah, I mean,
Did I take that too deep? I was just thinking about it and kind of going, because I've done research on Zionism and Mormonism, and they don't look, it's not that they look at Mormons as anti-Semitic, because they're not that Mormons are opposed to Jews. Doesn't seem that they are, but the thread is that Mormon theology is self-sufficient. It could be a shot straight to Mormonism.
You know,
they've been very open about that he's Mormon, and they've said it over and over again. It's like, do you think that this could be a shot straight to that?
Well, one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, after the resurrection, when Christianity started spreading, it had this domino effect, and it affected the power structures all over the world. Like, you know, people hear about the Quran and they hear about the Talmud and these different books and the Torah. Like, they don't realize Torah is the Old Testament. Then we had the New Testament. The Talmud and the Quran were not written until like 500 AD, like between 500 and 600 AD. So you had hundreds of years. Like the Second Temple was destroyed in 70 AD. Jews and Christians were alike, were both persecuted by the Romans. And then you had hundreds of years go by, and then the Jews wrote the Talmud, the Arabs wrote the Quran, and all of a sudden you have these like, you have the creation of Islam, and then you have like this other branch of Judaism that was really created in response. It was like a defiance of Jesus, you know, and that's the whole reason why they say that Jesus is boiling in excrement and that his mother was a whore. And you start hearing about Goyim. You know, that was all in response. It was 500 years later. So there was a lot that happened, a lot that went down, and then a lot of teachings that have been instilled. And now you look, generations. And now, you know, in Israel, you have kids spitting on Christian pastors.
Right.
That is a direct result of Talmudic teaching.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wonder if there's this has been weighing on me today for some reason, wondering if the Zionist strategic standpoint, strengthening Christianity and distancing from Mormonism, would be an angle.
Yeah, I mean, I never really did much research into Mormonism, but that's definitely something that I'd be down to look into.
Well, I mean, when I look at it I look at this from the Zionist, like say inside the Zionist institutional perspective, what I would see when I look at Mormon communities, probably just from an objective point of view, is millions of decent, faith-driven, covenant-oriented Americans who have a genuine theological affinity with Jewish people and genuine political sympathy for the state of Israel. And that is real, and it's valuable, and it should be cultivated. But underneath that affinity is a theological system that is kind of self-sufficient, maybe, and that makes competing claims about Israelite identity, though. That's the thing. That has its own Zionist narrative pointing out towards Missouri rather than Jerusalem, right? And that can contain within it the seeds of its own spiritually grounded, but also anti-Semitic critique of Israeli government policy that could activate if the right information ever reached any particular Christian communities in a certain type of way that could create their own version of Zionism. There might be, because I'm not involved in religion at that point, I could imagine that there is a version of Zionism working from the Mormon side as well that we don't see, right? Which is, you know, if you think about, like, that's exactly why you would geofence the churches. You know what I mean? It's exactly why you would want to manipulate the AI responses. It's exactly pretty much why you would want to run 50 million impressions to Gen Z every single month through Salem's distribution network. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not just about Mormons. That's just
no, but
that's just you control the
strengthening-
information, you control the world. Hold on, I just
Yeah.
gotta take my hoodie off.
Yeah, but I'm just strengthening. I'm thinking about them strengthening the cause of Zionism. I'm just talking about strengthening the cause of Zionism and pushing any other version of it out.
I know.
And
Isn't it so scary that they have no problem with people bashing America and bashing Jesus and bashing all these things? But then when it comes to Zionism, like they literally say that they'll come after you. You know, you got the guy running the ADL saying that they have all this tech and that they're analyzing everybody's social media accounts and text messages and all this information 24/7. They're analyzing it through AI, and they're gonna find you wherever you work. You want to get married. Like, if you ever said anything against Zionism or anything they find to be anti-Semitic, that it's gonna follow you for the rest of your life, and you're gonna be targeted. Like, to me, that is insane. That is insane.
Welcome to the new subscribers. I know Baron sent a lot of people my way today. I appreciate you. Shout out to Baron. And yeah, I know someone in the chat said I look tired. I'm tired. I've been busy working on the new project that I've got for this contract that I'm working on. So that's kicked off. We've been drawing up the charter for a really exciting project, man. It's a big deal. I'm excited. So, but yeah, I've been talking to a lot of people, and obviously going on InfoWars and meeting with certain people. I've talked to people from DC. I've talked to people that are in nonprofit organizations. I've talked to founders and stuff, especially recently. And most of them, they say that they don't see it how we've been seeing it, and also, or how I've explained it. And also I told them, you know, you might not see it because it's intended not to be seen. You know what I mean? I think that it's the way it's done is that it's done from the top down, and it's a cultural thing. And so my concern is that that culture is what we're seeing this. Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I lost the sound for a second.
It's okay. My concern is that they know that they're losing the Fox News boomer category. And what we're seeing is, with this strategic implementation of the foreign agent registration of Clock Tower LLC into Salem Media, this is a way to gain back all of the Zionist boomers, but 10x that by spreading towards podcasters, news, radio. And so it's not that I'm concerned. It's just the fact that, well, maybe I am, but I don't want to have to be preached at in a political way for a religious identity that is made up for political reasons. And when you create information that makes people see, hear, and I realize in their outputs on AI information that's just being distributed on purpose to make you think a certain way, instead of just getting what you looked for and the realness, the actual output, the real information, I get concerned that there's a new wave of, and this is a whole new version of propaganda. And the thing is, it feels like they're testing it out with Tyler Robinson. All of these people saying the same thing. You played those same videos. I mean, you can play them again. You know, they're the same talking points, and it's very much the same people and the same style. The way that they all went at Tucker, the way that they all went at Candace, and the way that they all go at this, it's like a flow, like a pressure valve gets released, and it all happens at once, and then it goes away, and then it gets released, and it all happens again, and then it goes away. So there's obviously something pushing this, and
Well, there actually is one more video that I definitely want to play. There were a couple others with which I could hold off on. Maybe
yeah,
I'll do
play
a
it.
little later.
Let's hear it.
Well, hold on real quick. I just want to read I want to read off the supers, and there's only a few, but I also thank the people that bought memberships. So Awakening gifted 2 memberships. Thank you very much. Death Queef gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Stacy with the $50 super. Thank you very much. Saying sweet hoodies.
Nice.
Definitely mailing hers first. Oh yeah, thanks. You gotta text me the address so I can send you yours too. You know, I got a few for you. And then Stacy again saying I can't find I can't find membership gifting, and I logged onto my iPad. Yeah, it's only on the computer you could do that, right?
I don't know.
I think
I
so.
never thought
tried
about
gifted
it.
memberships for you a bunch of times, and I couldn't do it from my phone. And then someone told me that I could do it from the computer, and then that was when I got you today. And then Death Queef again with the membership, and then AWC member for 1 month. AO milestone and shit. And then I got a new member.
Where's all the
Michelle
Danksters at?
Mabel.
You guys are making me look bad. Baze is over here just getting all the goods. All
Oh,
the
I was
love.
on for 2 hours.
I'm
I was
kidding,
on
I'm
for
kidding.
2 hours solo.
I
You
know. I'm just
got here.
messing around.
And Mesh also gifted a membership. Thank you very much. And then we got you.
Damn, that's old,
Call
bro.
me. I think this one's you. I think you got a new member right here.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Born to
Good
find
see you.
Jesus.
Yeah. I've seen her before. Good to see
And
you.
then
Welcome. Thank
I
you for
think
joining.
This one's you too.
Hey, Jen, what's
Coleman?
up? Yeah, Baron Coleman recommended you. Thanks. Yeah, good. I saw that he saw some of my content and recommended it, so that's great. I appreciate you joining. Welcome to the welcome to the Danksters intelligence apparatus. We do things differently around here.
And then you got another one.
What's up, Jackie? $5 make it holler. Danks, speaking of Mormons and Zionists, I have to admit I thoroughly enjoyed watching Tyler Boyer sweat in your comments the other day. Man, if you didn't even see, I kind of felt bad. Travis Nahilo was putting information about Tyler Boyer's address and property ownership and stuff like that. And I found it very interesting. He went, basically Boyer was going, here, I'm going to send you a link. Well, I don't know. I don't want to share more of that, but he spent the whole day. Boyer was going through and responding, and they were going back and forth and back and forth. And yeah, it was an interesting watch for sure. Thanks for the super chat.
And then I just got one here. We got Deep State Operative. Thank you for the $5. Where can we find out who is under Salem Media? Actually, did I X out of that? I might be able to give you guys that too. I'll put that in my Discord.
It's pinned on my post too.
Yeah. I have part of the list right here. I'm putting it in my Discord right now.
Here, let me share my screen.
Oh yeah, I forgot that hold on. Did you put it up?
Yeah.
There you go.
So I have a pretty solid list. Jen Common left another. She said, Danks, is this your main channel? What's your schedule for broadcast? Yeah, this is my main channel. Look at what someone posted. The Leah file said Tyler Boyer has blocked you. Yeah, this is my main channel. I have this, and then I have X. So we got like the same followers, 21,000 on both. No, I think we broke 22 on YouTube today. But this is my main channel. I broadcast pretty much daily around 10 to 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, usually 10:30 or 11 a.m. And I'll go for about 2.5 hours or so. And then I'll take Saturday mornings off, and then we do a Saturday night show So this is more unusual for me. I don't usually do evening shows during the week, but he asked me to come on, so I'll come on and speak. But yeah, so the main
Danks has had me on his show so many times. I got to try to get him on at night sometimes. And then, like he said, 10 o'clock every Saturday night, 10 o'clock Eastern time every Saturday night. It's Real Bays, Danks, and Kelly Raybon. Shout out to Kelly. And we put on an awesome show. And you gotta, if you haven't if you haven't watched that show, then you have not heard a Danks bedtime story.
Yeah, I do a bedtime story on Saturday nights. So if you go to so you can look at americansfortransparency.org. This has got some of the information. I need to add some more. I built this website. It shows some of the roster, but there's actually a post on my X that has all the companies that I could find tiered out by affiliation. Let me pull that. That's the one with PBD, right? Remember that post?
Oh, yeah.
Let me find it. Man, I haven't posted much today. I've been busy. Let me see. Oh, this one here. Okay. So there's a couple supers. You want to go through them real quick?
Yeah, we'll keep going. What was the last one that we did?
The
one main channel. Then we got Jay Lee. This is such a great group. Yes, it is. And you make it great too. Thank you. Then we got Awakening. Looking forward to Saturday night chats with both you guys and Kelly. Yes, I am too. I am too. And Danks, this is probably something I should talk to you about off camera, but screw it, we're right here. What do you think about us trying to, since it's just the three of us, maybe trying to start shuffling in a guest on Saturdays?
I'm open to anything.
Get a different guest. We don't have to do it every Saturday. It doesn't have to be for the whole show, but that's something that I was thinking.
Yeah,
could be good.
I'm done.
Could spice it up.
That'd be great.
Here we go. We got Born to Find Jesus. Wish it could be much more. Just know I am behind you 1000%. Love the way you think.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You don't have to do much, but like and follow. That's it. Share the information.
Mad World gift and a membership. Thank you very much. I think this is another one for you. They're coming for you now, Danks. Ask and you shall receive. You got hidden knowledge.
Appreciate it.
Shout out. That's proud of you. Love and peace to everyone.
Hey, love you too.
One. Thank you for supporting.
Yeah, I get a lot of I get some emails from her and send some great information. I responded to you earlier. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
And then you got another one from Jen Common. I feel like Dank's voice would be amazing for a bedtime story. I kind of need one right now. Jen, you have no idea. You have no idea. They are so good. They are so good. They are so funny. And
it's so funny.
And he does it with the lights off and a flashlight.
No.
Yes. Come on.
I was just messing around that last time.
Come on. That made it so much better. Yo, you have to. You have to.
Well, maybe.
No,
it's
listen,
just hard.
We're not
it's
asking
like
you to do it
I gotta
tonight.
like go buy a flashlight. I don't even have. I gotta use my phone light.
Listen. I'm sure that
gotta turn the
people
lights
will send you a
off.
couple more supers if you promise to turn the lights off with the flashlight for the next bedtime story.
Well, that's only if we do like dark, like those are like scary ones, no?
Oh, that's a great idea. Why don't you do? Well, some of the ones you do are kind of scary, especially when you do Turning Point USA. But yeah, you could do a scary one.
We did a scary one last time.
I think that's a great idea.
Well, Christy, you don't have to feel sorry. Jesse deserves some love too. She said, hello, darlings. Had to send Jesse some love today because I feel like I betrayed him listening to you. Thanks for the $10, Christy. Good to see you.
Oh, Danks, I got to tell you, because like I've been so busy. I haven't really had much time to watch different creators. People were asking like, oh, you don't watch Baron anymore? Because they're like asking me because they know I used to like watch every episode. But then I started making content And it just gets hard, especially like, you know, like when you're making content, you want to watch the people that are making content on the stuff you're trying to cover. And a lot of times I go back to Charlie Kirk, but I promise it's not by choice. It really isn't. It's you guys are interested, and you know, but I've been more focused on like the war and doing research into the files, and I've kind of been scattered. You know, and Danks has called me out on it too. He says, he's like, dude, like your channel's gonna grow better if you like stick to a topic and people like know what they're gonna get. And like I feel like, you know, I have like such a niche channel, and the people that you know watch my show, like they know that it could be it could be different, it could be switched up. Like there are certain things that are going to be consistent, but the topic usually isn't one of them. But see, now I'm like losing myself here. But I do want to start covering more of the Charlie Kirk. I want to give my own take on it. But anyway, circling back, I took the time today to watch a couple of Jesse's videos, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. He had a really good take, objective take on the Theo Von Joe Rogan situation. I thought I agreed with him too, you know, because there were a lot of people that were going very hard on Joe Rogan and not really seeing the big picture with that. And I don't know. It's a really good video. I agree with it. I watched a couple others with him too. I also didn't realize like what he had going on. What do you have? Surgery? He said something with his sinus and he was wearing those glasses.
Yeah, he had surgery for sinus surgery.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have known when he came on the show with us the other day. He looked fine.
We had it like a month, like 3 weeks ago, but
oh, was it? Because yeah, like once I watched the one video, I was watching it while I was like cooking and cleaning and doing stuff around the house in between making the shirts and you know prepping for the show. So it, you know, I like I said, I watched like 2 or 3 of them, and one of them I noticed when I was, I'm like, oh, like what's going on there?
Yeah, no, he does a good job.
But yeah, he seems like a really good guy. Like I can see why you like him so much. Shout out to Jesse on Fire.
Yeah, well, he's a good friend, you know what I mean? And I think like over time, you know, our business friendship turned into just a natural friendship. But because like we have a lot of similar characteristics where we stick up for our friends and we care about our work and we try not to make up shit and we try to see things objectively, and we have great debate all the time, you know. We talk all the time every day. And so I learn a lot from him. He's one of the smartest, if not the smartest person I know. Talk to on a regular basis.
That's a pretty big compliment.
Yeah, I'm serious. It's funny, today I called him when I was on the way back home, and he was like, he was right about something. I was like, God, bro, you're always right. He's like, yeah, I'm always right. Don't you ever forget it. I'm just like, bro, that's like some shit I would say. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's a good dude, man.
That's funny.
But here's the oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you want me to put something on the stage?
Oh yeah, I was gonna show the list of all the someone was asking for the list. So this is the list of Salem Media. Okay, this is the thing. The chief strategy officer is Brad Parscale. He is the registered foreign agent for Israel. Now, because he is the chief strategy officer of Salem Media, he is mandated, actually. I'll just pull up the document. Excuse me. Documents, where am I at? Let me go to investigations, clock tower, go home.
Oh, wait, real quick. I know you're reading something. I just want to give a shout out to Scott, because Scott in the chat, one of my mods, he was the one. He posted Jesse's video in my Discord. So yes, Scott, see, I do pay attention to what you guys send me. I don't always watch things that quick either. Sometimes it takes me a while to get to it. But today, like I said, I had stuff that I was doing in the house and I put it on the TV.
Interesting. Something isn't right here. This is strange. Okay. Let me see. It's just so weird. This is so weird.
What happened?
Database not connected.
Database not connected? What do you mean?
Yeah, this has never happened before. Why is that? I went to go click on the FARA documents, and also this is formatted differently. This is so weird. What is going on? What is going on? This looks, it was not formatted like this. And also, when I click on Clock Tower X LLC, usually it pulls up the documents, but for some reason, something happened to the formatting of the website.
How could that have happened? Isn't it your website?
Yeah, I gotta look into. I gotta go here real quick. Let me see something real quick.
Hold on, thanks. While you're figuring that out, I'm gonna be right back. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you able to pull up supers?
No.
No. All right. Well, we'll do those as soon as I get back because you got a few more. I'll be right back.
It's my PDF proxy. That's weird. Upstream. Okay. Well, anyways, either way, I guess I got to fix that. That's unusual. That's never happened before. So I get concerned that someone's like messing with my site. It's like I can go here and then I could see the traffic. And once the traffic picks up on my site, I click web analytics. For example, like for this 30-day period, since I've been talking about it, unique visitors, this is like the first time someone's ever visited the site. And it's gone up, right? It's quadrupled in the last few days, week and a half, 2 weeks. So I get concerned that someone's like messing with the site. That's all. It just tripped me out. But anyways, to go back, this is just a small example of the reach this mess has gotten to and or currently working directly under. So I'll show you this post. After this post, I'm going to show you another one. So Charlie Kirk Show is the #1 show on Salem Media's network. Now, I have talked to someone at TPUSA. They told me that they're not on the news network anymore, but they are still on the podcasting network. So they are still involved with Salem Media. Dennis Prager, Seb Gorka, Josh Hammer, Laura Lee Trump, so the daughter of the president, and also the son, Don Jr., is also an owner of Salem Media. So is Laura Trump. She has her own segment. Officer Tatum, actually, I was looking deeper into it, and I think he left Salem, but he's still associated because the FARA documents themselves, they actually state that they are supposed to disseminate and convey information into Salem Media and aligned properties. And I'll pull up this X post here. Here's all the ones, and then I'll show you. So Todd Starnes, Hugh Hewitt, Larry Elder. Town Hall is a conservative news outlet. Red State is also a reporting news outlet. Hot Air Blog, PJ Media, Breitbart News Ecosystem, Fox News, Rumble Video, Real Daily Wire, Daily Wire Plus, Benny Johnson. So this right here explains like ecosystem. So basically it cross promotes through the same people. All right. Amplification. So Fox News amplifies all of these voices. All right. Rumble Video, the distribution network for a lot of these voices, which is why you see a lot of them on Rumble, right? Daily Wire, of course, Benny Johnson. He's not Salem owned, but he's deeply embedded into the network. Michael J. Knowles, if you've seen this face before. All right. Let's go back. Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro. It says all Daily Wire is affiliated in some extent, not Salem, but the content pipeline runs parallel and the guest sharing is constant. Making sense yet? Mark Levin. All right. Look at this little dude right here. Following one. Who are you following, bro? Oh, the president. Of course, bro. He's following one person as the president. That's so fucking gay, bro. He's so gay. Ingram Angle. Laura Ingram. Fox News. I mean, she looks okay. She looks like a nice lady, but guilty by association. New York Post. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, I was just looking at my studio. I am 7 subscribers away from the 5,000 mark. Like I said, if I have to, I will scratch and claw.
There's 154 people over here. I'm sure that 7 of you can go subscribe to Basic. It's great takes. We've got DC Examiner. This is the Washington, D.C. Examiner. Glenn Beck. The operation is deeply cross-pollinated with all of the propaganda artists under Brad Parscale. Entire PragerU University specifically targeting young people with video content designed to look educational. Millions of views per video. And as you can see, they have 1 million followers. PragerU creates educational content promoting American values. Oh, is that right? Real American Voice Media, delivering news programs and live event coverage that captures the authentic voice and passion of real people all across America. Just real news and honest views. And the one everyone is sleeping on is actually Google, because the Google SEO architecture that Parscale's contract explicitly describes being his building is designed to determine what every single one of those platforms' audiences finds when they search. I need to actually work on the site and fix it. Let me take me off. Let me fix what's the issue on my site. Because there's people on it right now.
All right. Do your thing. Hit me up later.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm saying I'll stick around and I'll hang out if you want, but I just need to do that. I can work and sit here too at the same time. It's fine.
Whatever you want to do, Danks. It's up to you.
I was just saying, take my screen off so I can. We're good.
I didn't know what you meant. You know what? Why don't we read a few supers? If you want, I'll read them for you. Because most of them are yours, and then I'll put it on a video, and then we'll go from there. This way, you're not you don't have to be so focused. All right, here we go. We got Christy Hughes. Hello, darlings. Had to send Jesse some love today because I feel like I betrayed him listening to you.
It's okay. Thank you.
And then it's Christy again saying $5 for the mods. Shout out to Christy. What a real one.
Mods appreciate you. Thank you.
Now we got pattern recognition. Well, it's not recognition. It's just pattern recog. But I think we know what that means. And me, especially, because I am a big fan of pattern recognition. I take pride in mine. I found the strangest stuff on Salem Network Media Instagram. Did Charlie even know they were streaming it there? Feels like a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
I mean, it's all on purpose. That's the thing. It's all on purpose. It's in the files, man.
Jay Lee, who pays Laura Loomer? Can we find out? Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll dig into her sometime. Well, not like dig into her, obviously, but you know what I mean. I got jokes. I'm sorry. And then pattern recognition again says, "Hey B, sent some things to your Instagram about Salem." Oh, yo, guys, please. I need everybody to do me a favor. This is very important. It's very important. Because, like I'm sitting here talking about how I'm like scratching and clawing to 5,000 on YouTube. On my Instagram, I have about 35,000 followers, and I get a lot of DMs. Like there, it's not like my other stuff. Like my DMs on Instagram get flooded, and I'm assuming that some of them are you guys. And obviously, if you follow me on, if you're a subscriber on YouTube, especially if you're one of my members, you're going to be on the list of people that I'm going to want to respond to. But I need to know who you are, because if people don't tell me who they are and it just looks like randoms, I don't answer. And there was one person that was because I forgot what happened. I forgot who it was, but somebody apologized to me on Instagram, saying that they were apologizing for reporting my channel by accident, and
What?
the
How do you do that?
way they responded in the DMs, I knew exactly who they were. Like, it was a totally different name, obviously, you know what I mean? But the way they were talking in the DM, I just happened to read it, and it was one of my regulars on YouTube, and I knew exactly who it was. It was McDeath, by the way.
Death Queef.
Yo, if you know McDeath, you know, shout out to McDeath. He's a real one. But like the way that he was texting,
McDeath. Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
the way that he was texting, I knew exactly who it was. But a lot of times people message me and I don't know, like I don't put two and two together. So if you're following me on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and I communicate with you through YouTube, you can't assume that I'm going to know who you are. You have to give me your YouTube name so I can put two and two together.
For sure.
But yeah, that was funny. He's like, "Yo, I'm so sorry. It was an accident, I swear." I was like,
Oh, apparently I didn't pay an invoice.
"Uh-oh."
Uh-oh. Oh, strange. Okay.
And then Mad World. Shout out to Mad World. Baze is based with the emojis. Oh, yo, I am so I should have went to you sooner about this. You know, because you were one of the ones that was telling me start the Discord. I didn't know, like, going through the permissions, and I've had this Discord for 2 weeks, and then, you know, as you know, Mad World was away for a week, so I didn't have any of the permissions on. They couldn't upload files, they couldn't use emojis or stickers or audio voices. I had like the most boring and miserable Discord channel.
You got to have me build it for you, bro. I could do it right now.
Well, I had Mad World build it.
I'm saying I'll run the holes. I can run the bot through it and make it customizable. See what I'm saying?
Well, is it true that once you put bots in the Discord, you can't take them out?
No, who said that?
That's what I heard. I don't know.
No, man.
That's not true.
I don't even have a bot in. You only put the bot goes in to build it, and then if you want to keep a bot in there for other reasons like support tickets, mod.
I heard that Discord bots
engagement.
were like herpes.
It's not a Discord bot.
They're not just staying for Christmas.
No, maybe like Me6 or like a Wick bot, but it's not a Discord bot. It's a Vatra bot that I built. It's my own bot.
Gotcha. Well, I was also
It has nothing to do with being specific to Discord. It's a bot that builds Discord website. Discords. It builds Discords.
I didn't want to bother you about my Discord channel because I have something else that I'm going to need you to help me build.
Okay.
No, I need some kind of video for people waiting before I start my streams and my premieres. I feel like that's very important. I don't want to just have like a blank nothing burger there for them. Guys, we are 3 subs away from 5,000. I'm like getting the notifications here. That would be pretty cool if I could hit it today.
You'll hit it. 3 people go sub over there, please. Let's get this guy from whining all night.
Yo, when did I whine? Yo, you say some crazy things sometimes.
I'm just messing around, bro.
Yeah.
Don't you hate it when it's like a $40 transaction? We declined it. Do you want to approve this transaction? Yeah. I just transferred money there to do this. Your 10K shot is here. Sounds kind of dirty.
Yeah, it sounds like something Steven Crowder would say to Tim Pool.
Bro, you won't even let me like accept this payment.
Yo, I made a joke before saying that. Well, first I was talking about Steven Crowder possibly being in the closet, and that's why he hates gay people so much. It's just like one of these like self-hating things. And then I'm like, you know what? If he's not gay, we should hook him up with Megyn Kelly, since they both have like an affinity for death.
Is that where has he said that?
Well, you obviously didn't watch the whole show. I was playing some clips earlier, and it was like, you know,
Why? Yeah, I
He's
didn't see
literally
him.
saying,
I didn't see him. No.
yeah, no,
He said that.
I played him earlier on, but he was literally saying, he's like, I don't advocate for violence, and I'm not saying we should have a civil war.
So,
But there are a lot of things that I can't say because I'm on YouTube and I'll get deplatformed. But if
That
you
is on
see me
Rumble.
on Rumble, yeah, it's like, yo, what are you saying right now? And all these different people, they're all saying that we know it was Tyler Robinson. Like we know, we got the evidence. You know, and like Brandon Tatum, he really is like the worst one. Him and Steven Crowder, I don't know which one's worse. Like Megyn Kelly, she might have just been having a moment. I don't know. Like she seems like she sits on the fence, and every now and then she comes out like looking like an MVP. But all in all, I don't know. It's hard to find her to be credible right now. Oh, someone said base 5,000. Is that promoting or we got there? We got there. Yes, 5,003. Yo, shout out to everyone that subbed for that. I appreciate you.
Hey, look at that power of the Dankster sphere, bro.
Yeah, the power of the Dankster sphere. That's right. Now next milestone is 10. So I'm gonna have to actually make some algorithm friendly videos so I can get some subs up. You know, Instagram, it's real easy. All I got to do is talk shit about Dan Bongino and everybody just follows me and likes me. Like, seriously.
What is going on, bro? This is so annoying. Okay. I'm just going to do it this way.
Yo, shout out to everybody in the chat. Whether you're my subscribers or not, even if you're just a Dankster. Love you all the same.
Love you all. Love you all.
All right, now let's play. Nope, not this video.
Is there another thing? Super bass.
You know I had to play this one.
Let's see it.
Do you think Charlie knew to some degree and had made the conscious choice that I may be taken out early? Not saying he knew that day, but that he had any inkling that this might come his way and that he intentionally chose to move forward with faith in God?
It's interesting because I have unbelievable amounts of death threats. My kids have kidnapping threats, death threats. Our whole team has death threats. We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
But we now know
cell phone.
But we now know that he did say that. That not only did he send text messages to Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett saying that he thought people were going to get him, but I believe they had a priest or a pastor there the day before. Didn't Frank Turk say that?
Well, no, he was walking. Yeah. So, but also they said he was walking with someone that was really tall and big, right? That wasn't usually around. What if that was Brad Parscale? Because he's 6'10".
It's possible. But, and my other question here, now that we caught Erica in that little fib, is if she's getting death threats and kidnapping threats against her children, then why the fuck isn't she home with them instead of doing all these tours, running around, going stage to stage to fireworks like Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania? I know I say that one a lot. I like that line though. But why wouldn't she just go off the grid? Just go out of the spotlight, be home with her kids.
Yeah.
She's not carrying on Charlie's legacy. Absolutely not. She's contradicting everything now.
Yeah. Definitely find it intriguing, to say the least.
It's just sad. It's just sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely sad. I mean, I don't understand the lies. I don't understand why. I mean, there can't be any other explanation. They're lies, right? I mean, obviously, obviously I'm in an interesting situation, about. Most people, others don't. So I'm just trying to think about things from a different perspective. But I just can't really get there. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, I'm always objective, and even before that thing that you were talking about, I came out and said, what I had said about different things that I had heard from different people from that organization. But and I've spoken to a couple of people, and I'll tell you one thing: none of them had anything nice to say about her. I heard good things about the
Oh,
security. I heard
is that
good things
right?
about Tyler. I never
Okay.
heard a good thing about Erica.
Interesting.
So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Well, we don't see Tyler Boyer in the public eye much, especially late these days. And Erica is the front person, CEO. So I think it's very interesting to see how she's been acting versus how she was before. Like, she seemed full of life. Obviously, her husband has been excavated, to say the least. So maybe that's why she's acting so weird. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely it doesn't look healthy. It doesn't look
I don't know. Like,
it doesn't look right.
I've analyzed a lot of content from her. And mind you, people change over time. They grow up. None of us are the same people that we were,
Hey, I got the website back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you know what was wrong?
Yeah.
All right,
Fixed
good.
it.
But what I was going to say was, when you look at the content, the videos of her when she was younger, from the time of the pageant up until, when she was doing the reality shows right before she met Charlie, she seemed like a really fun, happy girl. And even like from the time she was with Charlie, like even those interviews that you see early on, she always seemed like she was in character. Like it doesn't feel, and I could be
Right.
wrong. I could be
No, for
wrong.
sure.
I'm not trying to rush to judgments, but I've gone over a lot of content, and there is a drastic shift in the way that she presents herself, in the way that she acts, and it just, from the time she's with Charlie, it just doesn't feel authentic. She doesn't seem genuine. Like it's not even just like since he died, it was before it. It just got a lot worse after he left the board. But like you look at the video of her doing the thing for the Amazing Race with what's his name? TJ Massey. I'll pull that up right now, actually. It's like I feel like that's who Erica Kirk is.
Well, it is strange to see her be on the call with all the employees so soon and so jovial about the money. I just don't know why they wouldn't put her in the background for at least like 3 to 6 months.
Oh, yeah, it
Why
would
not
have
have
been so
Andrew
much
Colby
better.
run
It would have been so much better if you just had her in the background and then all of a sudden she comes back. And then, like, especially if they wanted to get her into politics.
Yeah.
They just
Well,
listen.
she's already in politics. She already ran for precinct committeeman, put her name on the ballot.
There were eyebrows getting raised the second she said, "I forgive that man. I forgive him." But once they had the photo op with her over the casket, like that was just fucked up. That
Yeah.
was just fucked up. There were a lot of people that bought into it and were grieving and sending money and everything. And I'm just like, you poor, poor souls. You poor souls.
Yeah.
But you watch this video. Wait.
I'm gonna look for something. I want to play it.
All right, hold on. Let me just play this real quick while we're on the
Take your
subject.
time. No, yeah. Go ahead.
And I'm going to be racing with my girlfriend.
Hi.
Now, this is her. And for anybody who hasn't seen this, this is Erica France Faye. That's her maiden name. And
Is that video still up?
yeah, it's still up. It's Project Constitution's logo right here. And this is JT Massey. JT Massey. I believe he was a former player for the baseball player, Colorado Rockies. But this is when they were auditioning to get onto a reality show back in like 2014, 2015, after she won Miss Arizona.
I'm Erica France. I'm 25 years old from Scottsdale, Arizona, and I currently live in Venice, California.
So March 1st, we went on our first date.
Well, I got it wrong because I thought it was the day before, and I called him and I was like, hi, so I'm going to be running late for our date. And he's like, actually, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sitting at dinner with my dad in Arizona, and I'm like, did I mess up the date or what? End up standing up from the table to call her, and she messed up the date.
I did. So we went to Maggiano's.
Yeah, it worked out.
It was good.
We went to Maggiano's. I picked her up. It was raining.
It was.
Kind of different night in Arizona, and picked her up at her house, and later met her mom on the first night.
It's a big deal for the
Exciting
first
stuff.
night.
Yeah, I'm not trying to scare her off. Right?
But it was good.
It was great. Easy conversation.
And then we spent literally every single day with each other since then. And I couldn't go to his house that he was staying at because I wasn't allowed to, because the girl who was married to the guy he was living with was very territorial of her nest. So we had to.
But look at how giddy she is. Look, like she seems like a fun, happy girl. Like there's nothing to knock her about here. You know what I mean? And nobody would care. Nobody would give a rat's ass about her past if she wasn't getting on camera with the damn tissue and gaslighting everybody and talking about Charlie's message and trying to promote Zionism and all this other crap. Like nobody would care. Nobody would care. But she put herself into the spotlight, or she got put into the spotlight. She started promoting all these messages. She did it really, really soon. And like people, like they got rubbed the wrong way. They knew something was off. And, people like me started doing the research, started digging, started looking into her past. And we're just like, wow, like she is a phony bitch. And then she's got the nerve to have the CBS town hall meeting where she's like, if, I didn't date. Like I learned from my roommate when I was living in New York City, and I saw what a mess the dating scene was, and I knew and let me tell you girls, if you want to marry a Charlie, then you need to be the kind of girl that a Charlie wants to marry. Meanwhile, months before she met Charlie, she's on a damn reality show. You know what I mean? It's like, please, like she had such a freaking metadata trail that just, like, I don't know how she could, like, that's why I say it has to be a psyop. Like, this shit has to be on purpose because, like, how would they not know that this would come out and that there would be backlash? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe it was never supposed to come out, man. Project Constitution, baby.
No, but I'm serious. Like how, like it's, and like I said, like even her, like we talk about certain people, and before Charlie Kirk, she seemed like a fun, happy, good-spirited girl. And then she gets with him, and all of a sudden she seems kind of phony, and then kind of self-righteous. And then Charlie leaves the board, and then all of a sudden she's just like this two-faced bitch. And like, no, listen, I'm not like trying to talk shit. I'm not, like that's, I'm just saying how, like my perception.
No, I get it. It's all good.
And then when you see what's gone on, it just like, and that's why it's hard. And maybe that's the sucker in me. Maybe that's the Christian in me that just wants to see the good in people and doesn't think that people could be that bad. Because when you see how bad the evidence is in this case and everything falling apart, it's like, what makes more sense? That they were all in on it and they're all complicit. And I'm not even saying that they were all in on offing the guy, but like, let's say somebody from high enough up made the call where nobody could stop it. And there's not a single person that cares enough to speak up regardless of the consequences. Everybody's afraid or everybody's taking the bag. Like, what makes more sense? That they would all be in that situation or that for some reason, unbeknownst to us, that Charlie decided that he wanted to leave the spotlight for good and disappear, and they're all just trying to help cover it up. Like, that would make more sense to me.
Yeah, no, I when you don't see real tears from anybody, you know, I know from my own experience, and it wasn't even when I lost somebody, it was when I was feeling bad. When the lights came on and the camera turned on and the people were in the chat, I busted out in tears over something else. And it wasn't even over something that somebody dying. So I know that it's strange to not see any emotional lash out, even like disruptive, you know what I mean? Like yelling, like getting mad or like getting sad or anything. Like there just doesn't seem to be that, from my opinion, my perspective, the seat I'm in. I don't see any genuine emotion, and I don't know why. It's inexplainable. Yeah, I don't know. And all the additional things that we've seen and has been uncovered, the planes, whatever happened. I thought Barron, what they had Andrew Colvett pegged on these planes thing, and then they never continued on that. What happened on that? Do you know?
No, and that's what drives me crazy with the case too. There are so many different instances throughout this investigation where it seemed like they had everybody dead to rights, and then all of a sudden, like, it just pivots and we go in a different direction. And then it's like, hey, why are we going over here? You know, like that's why I got so upset. And that, like, don't get me wrong, like I got like legitimately upset. Like I was emotionally invested in this case and in this investigation. And then, there have been different times where, I've kind of lashed out at times. And, sometimes privately, sometimes a little more publicly. But because I want to see justice, I want to see people get exposed. And it's like sometimes I see things going in a different direction. And not even just with content creators, but with people that watch them. I get mad at the fans too, because I'm just like, yo, like, cause when, whatever, I'm not even going to give examples, but there have been times where information that has already been out comes out again, or it comes out with a different spin. And people are like, oh my God, can you believe it? And I'm like, yo, like, weren't you watching 3 months ago, 4 months ago? Like, we already knew this. Like, where have you been? You're like, nobody, like, everybody's just like watching it. Nobody's doing their own research. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just very frustrating. It's been this whole thing. It's been an experience. It's been an experience. But you know what? I was thinking about it today, and I really feel like I got to take accountability too. Because especially now that I have a platform, and that's why I was saying before that, maybe I will start making more content on this case, because me having a platform and having a voice, I can't be upset with anybody else for not putting certain things out or not knowing certain things, because I'm in a position where I could put it out, where I could, you know what I mean?
Right.
And maybe that's just what I have to do. Maybe I should just put everything else on hold and like really buckle down and put my own video together with my perception of the Charlie Kirk case and why I feel the way that I do. And who knows, maybe it will enlighten a couple of people, not just people that watch the content, but a couple of people that make the content too. Chat, what do you guys think? You think I should like actually buckle down and spend a whole week working on this Charlie Kirk case and tell you guys what I come up with? Put a 1 in the chat. If I see enough ones, I'll do it. Let me read this. New member. This one might be you, K Coco. Then we got pattern recognition. Do you guys think some of her exes have talked? I mean, I don't know who they've talking to. I haven't heard that any of them have been silenced, so I guess that's a plus. Mesh gifting more memberships. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And then Chris to use again. There has to be no way this kid gets death. Scary. X talk to CO, Krista says.
Bro,
And then Elena said the same thing.
the patriotic blonde made a post. Here, share my screen.
Sure.
I didn't want to like upset.
Oh, is that what
anybody.
you were talking about? Yo, it's so funny. I'm seeing more ones in your chat than I am mine. Maybe maybe that's how I'm gonna have to win some of your subscribers over by making my own video on Charlie Kirk. Yo, I've been avoiding it like the plague. I was talking so much shit about this case. I'm gonna do it.
So this is the thing. So look, I've been following her, decent content. An unnamed trader placed a $52 million short on oil right before the peace agreement was announced. This person made $174 million in 3 hours time. Gee, I can't imagine who that could have been. Okay, so a short means that the chart, they want it to go down, okay, over 3 hours, mind you. However, the chart goes up, and they actually typed in here, because you can type in on the chart, or you could put in P&L. Yeah, P&L, it shows right here. P&L is negative $3,144,000. All-time perps P&L, you can type it. I don't know how HyperDash works. Maybe you can click it. It would show here. I don't know why it would show there. But the position is at a loss of negative $3 million. The chart went up. All right. So either maybe their all-time perps position. I mean, I don't know how you could be at a loss and also be in a profit. You know what I mean? So like I could show you, for example. So anyways, I corrected her, actually reposted it. I said, this is how content creators lose credibility. It clearly shows a negative $3 million on the P&L, profit and loss, while someone added to the text at the top of the chart, making up some value as if it is profit. A short equals chart go down. A long equals chart go up. Not to mention the chart shows months of time, not hours. So they're claiming that they made $174 million over 3 hours. But this chart goes back to September of 2025. And we're all the way here. The chart went down a little bit over here at this point, but it shows negative. You know what I mean? So then she said, you're wrong on every level. I said, can you tell me how I'm wrong? I've been following your work. It's generally pretty good. This was sloppy in my opinion, but I'm open to being corrected. I've been in finance for 20 years, particularly in trading, but I'm happy to learn, not being facetious. So then I just asked, Grok, can you tell us what the graph shows and if I am correct? And then it says the graph shows HyperDash all-time perps plus 174 million, but the timeline spans July 2025 to March 2026. It has an open 5x short on Brent oil, entered at 102. Current position is negative 3.14 million. Notional value is 52 million. The big green cumulative line reflects multiple trades over time, not a single 3-hour profit from this position. You're correct. The post misreads the chart. I said, Grok, someone typed in 175 million. Do you see that in green? The actual P&L is in red. This was a short, correct? Liquidation is 141. And the chart is clearly near that area. The chart is a HyperDash trading board for Brent oil. Green, all-time perps across months, not this trade or 3 hours. So maybe it does. Maybe they can push all time, but actual current P&L is negative 3 million. The $52 million figure is the position notional. The screenshot does not show a $174 million profit from a short right before any peace deal. Your read is correct. And then I said, I was told I am wrong at every level through my post I made. Am I wrong on at every level? And if so, explain. No, you're not wrong on every level. Your read on the chart is spot on. actual position shows red P&L, negative 3 million entry. It's underwater, near liquidation, means they're going to lose their money. The original claim misreads the dashboard entirely. Appreciate your assistance. And when you claim someone to be wrong, you better know what you're talking about. All right. So whatever this is, you can't just claim, like, that's the thing. The reason why I do this is because when you do this, 3 hours time making $174 million, you discredit people actually doing real work because you don't know what you're talking about. All right? You just don't. So you're just mimicking something and you're showing a chart over 6, 8, 9 months, and you're claiming as if this profit, even if it is, happened in 3 hours. This could be a whole year's worth of trading, you know, and it shows the loss right here. I just get frustrated with that. That's all. And then they have, of course, they have nothing to say. So, anyways.
Have you ever interacted with that creator before?
Never. I have now, though.
Yeah, it happens.
I probably could have just commented, but I figured I might as well get more views while I do it. It's got like 4,000 views or something. Since I get paid on X now. Anyways.
It's nice.
It's all right. It's like $50 for every million impressions. Maybe 100, depending on if there's a video attached to it or something. Damn, boy. Look at your boy on
War. How we found ourselves in this situation. With my guest, Anthony Kevin, better known as Danks from Dankster Intel. Anthony Kevin, better known as Danks from @Dankster Intel, is a full-stack AI developer pushing the bleeding edge of technology while moonlighting as one of the sharpest independent researchers out there. He's the founder behind Americans for Transparency and the mind behind Dankster Intelligence Apparatus, where he drops deep investigative dives into nonprofit funding.
I'm going to make that my ringtone, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it, man. I appreciate everybody showing up. Hey, we got gifted memberships over here from Anna Kyra. Thanks for the memberships.
Oh,
good looking out. There has to be no way this kid gets death. Scary. Oh, there's a couple super chats. Did you see him? I think Christy left one. We got American Dankster as well. K Coco.
I think.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we read those, didn't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, we did.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for the love. I'm gonna get some rest. I've been so busy. I'm tired. I'm lazy.
No,
I'm naturally lazy. I like to just lay in bed and watch TV and fuck around with my phone. And today
I do not watch TV at all anymore.
I watch YouTube. That's what I.
Yeah, that's
like
all I
on
watch.
my
I
TV.
don't watch. Yeah, I don't watch.
I watch
shows.
YouTube on my TV. I watch Netflix sometimes.
Yeah, no, I don't watch any of that. I got rid of all of it. No movies, no shows, none of that shit.
Yeah.
I don't even have time for it. I don't even have time for it. I try to make more
No
time for
time.
Rogan. That's it.
Rogan's pretty good.
Yeah, but you know how it is. Making content and all that.
I wonder if Tyler Boyer blocked me. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Nah. All right. Well, I'm going to cut out. I appreciate you guys. I think I'm going to what's tomorrow? Thursday? Oh yeah. Friday membership lives. So if you're a new member here, we got member only lives on Fridays. So make sure you show up for that. I have a really interesting idea for a show. I watched a I might turn off the monetization because I'm not sure. It's a 2-hour show. And it's actually about a guy who went into surgery when he was 21 and he died on the operating table.
Oh, shit.
And he has a whole different story that I'd never heard anyone ever explain before, where it was he went into heaven. Like he actually experienced heaven, and it's such an amazing story. And I want to share it with my members. I think that it would be a great members only live, just to discuss it, talk about it, show it, because I'd never seen somebody explain this before, and he explained it in such a way that I want to share it. I think that I have to share it. I'm being compelled to share it. So I think that's what we're going to do on Friday.
Yeah, I'm down. I never monetize the members only, because then you get more flexibility. There's more things you could do that you don't really worry about.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll catch you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, 11, I think 12 hours from now. So most likely. I haven't put out a video. Probably just do another live. You want a ball outro song? Oh, damn. They want a ball outro song, bro. Should we do it?
Yeah, you play it as long as I'm not going to get demonetized for it. I don't care.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna stay on a little bit.
Ball. Yeah, I'll play a ball outro real quick. Here, let me share.
Why don't you read them a bedtime story?
No. That's for Saturdays, bro. They have to show up for Saturday. That's the sale. That's the hook.
You have to show up with the flashlight.
That's the call to action, bro. Show up for the bedtime story. Comments on today's live stream were like, dope, fire ass intro.
Oh, you used it as the intro?
Yeah.
They're not hiding it anymore. They never really were.
You always interrupt and talk all the time through. Let's.
The symbols are
I
on
do
the
the
building.
same. I pause it and everything. I want to. This is my daughter. She's 6. I played it for her this morning because I was trying to wake her up out of bed because she wouldn't get up for school. I probably should have said that out loud.
The names are in the files. The money has a trail. And the children have no voice. Except this one.
Follow the money, follow the access, follow the island, follow the list, now watch.
Epstein built the network, but the network was already there before he ever existed.
Every billionaire foundation, every charity front already enlisted. Rothschild, Rockefeller, 100-year architecture built on something darker. Children used as currency in rooms that no investigator gets to charter. Files got sealed, witnesses, mechanic guards fell asleep on the same night. Cameras malfunctioned in the exact cell at the exact time. How convenient, right?
The foundations collect the children. The governments collect the silence. The media collects the check. And they all answer to the same ancient name. Boom, 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 boom.
They built it in plain sight, symbols on the currency, owls on the buildings, goats on the altars, now watch.
Big government front organizations laundering children through charitable names.
Animal rescue operations used as cover stories nobody ever claims. Sacrificed on schedules that align with dates no coincidence can explain. Every major elite gathering, same ritual, same symbol, same refrain.
Rockefeller built the institutions, Rothschild built the banks. Both built the system that keeps the darkness.
Funded and protected from the people asking questions from the children with no name.
The island had a temple, the temple had an altar. The altar had a purpose that the mainstream never falters. To cover and to bury, to discredit and to burn every single person who gets close enough to learn. Do it for Paul. They've been doing it for centuries. They do it for Paul. And they sacrifice the ones who cannot run.
Epstein did not build that network alone. The flight logs have names.
Time for the next one soon.
The names of foundations. The foundations have access to children. Documented. In case files that keep getting sealed, in testimonies that keep getting buried, in witnesses that keep dying before they testify. The banking architecture funded the institutions, the medical and educational infrastructure built the pipeline. Big government on every continent signed the agreements that gave these organizations access to the most vulnerable, and the symbol above every door in every room where this happens has always been the same. They serve something ancient and they pay in the currency that the powerless cannot protect. Every major world event has a financial beneficiary. Follow who profited. Every charity protecting children. Check who runs it and who audited. Every government agency tasked with stopping trafficking. Check conviction rates. Every elite foundation board member check their travel, check their dates. The animals do use this cover, use this currency, use this symbols and ceremonies. The documents keep referencing, but nobody is supposed to read. Crystal sees it, the Danks sees it. The files are public. The only thing missing is the courage to say it out loud. They do it for ball. Read the files. They've been doing it for centuries. Epstein was not alone. They do it for ball. Foundation money. And they sacrifice the ones who cannot run. Except this one. The island, the temple, the altar, the list, the sealed files, the dead witnesses. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, that's a banger.
Yo, you know what's
Bang.
crazy? You know what's crazy? So I always see these videos people post of Laura Loomer on X. And I'm always like, yo, that's so fucked up that they like fuck with her face to make her look like that. But I'm looking right now and it's her. It's one that she posted. I'm like, holy fuck, she really looks like this. And I hate making fun of people for their looks. That is not what I'm about at all. But yo.
Oh yeah, that's how she looks, bro.
Nah, come on.
That's her, dog.
Yo, she looks like she's wearing a mask.
Yeah, when she showed up to Joe Rogan and all that, it's like all this like thousands of dollars worth of makeup and shit.
When was she on Joe Rogan?
Bro, she was on Joe Rogan. I'm pretty sure it was her, no?
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. But yo, I'm just saying, I didn't think that was how she really looked.
Yeah, look. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the names mixed up.
You're about to like really insult somebody right now.
I did. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say that.
I wouldn't even say. I don't even want to know who it is.
I'm not gonna say
that shit to yourself.
This person would have hated it too.
Would have hated it. Yo, you mix up Laura Loomer with someone, you might make somebody feel really bad about themselves.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it out loud. All right, you guys. Love you guys. Thanks, bro. Love you, bro.
On
I'll
that
catch you guys
note,
later.
he's out.
Yeah, man. Thanks for tuning in. All right, thanks. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, I'm out.
Have a good night, buddy.
Later, bro. Peace.
All right. The question now is what to do. Do we call it a night? Do we call it a night or do we watch something? I'll leave it up for you guys to decide because this is almost a 4-hour stream. I think I got a little more gas in the tank. But we gotta, if we're gonna hang out, we gotta watch something good. And it's definitely not going to be Laura Loomer. And I'm not going to sit here talking crap about people. All right, let's see. What do you guys want to watch? Is anybody still hanging out? Nightcap? You got about half an hour left in you? Half an hour's enough time to get into a little bit of trouble. Let's see. Yo, you know what would have been really fun to watch right now if Adam Sosnick didn't pitch out? His rematch with Dave Smith. I would have loved to have watched that. Hold on, let's find something good. Could watch something with Artemis. Yo, has any of you guys been following that? The alleged trip to the moon? I'm wondering what other people's thoughts are. Because I'm not that versed in that department. I know there are a lot of people that think that it's all bullshit and that we never went to the moon. And then there are other people that think like that are out of their minds. It's BS and a total waste. Can't believe it. Not convinced. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know. I'm not that convinced by it either. I saw a video somebody made where they were saying that, like, why not just have a camera on the outside? Like, why are you watching these people like trying to show themselves like eating out of bags? Like, why not just have a camera on the outside live streaming 24/7? And I think they made a great point. They said that they wanted to see a couple of really cool things that they're not seeing and they don't expect to. Oh, we got Fuentes saying something interesting. Let's see what Fuentes has to say. I see JD Vance and Candace Owens in this, so let's see.
Sitting here and you are watching this, whenever you're watching this, mark my words, Megyn Kelly, Tucker, almost certainly Candace Owens, all these people that are so against the war in Iran and so against Israel and so hypercritical of Trump, all of them are going to tell you to vote Republican and vote for JD Vance in 2028. And what did JD Vance do? He sat there in the White House while Trump was at Mar-a-Lago, and they say that Vance encouraged Trump to hit Iran as hard as possible. There was no dissent within the ranks when this decision was made. There was no dissent from within the cabinet, and that would have been the time. If JD Vance were the guy, if he had character, if he was America first, that would have been the time. This may be an inflection point in our history. This is a really bad mistake. And it's one that was totally avoidable. And we all know why it happened, because Israel wanted it and they forced us to do it. And as a consequence, now they need $200 billion to replenish our missiles. And now there's an energy shock, which will lead to an economic correction. And we may not even be out of this war. We don't know where this thing is headed, where we are right now. But JD did not dissent. He did not protest. He sat there and he encouraged Trump. And it doesn't matter how much these people criticize the war, they will endorse him in 28. They will try to get you to vote for this person.
What do you guys think? You think that's true? You think that people like, oh, where am I? You think that Candace Owens is going to endorse JD Vance in 2028? I can't see that. I find that really hard to believe. I find that one really hard to believe. I don't know about that one. I gotta get off X. There's nothing really good on X. Nothing I could really play right now. My feed, it's so bad. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm gonna play. Why not?
Provided. Step 1. Jet approach. 0 milliseconds. Pre-impact. The hypervelocity jet tips 7,000 meters per second.
I'm actually
travels toward
interested in this.
intact skin. No contact yet. The skin layers, epidermis plus dermis, 1 to 4 millimeters thick, remain understood. This is the instant just before the Monroe effect jet arrives. Step 2. Initial impact and stagnation. Instant of contact. The jet tip strikes the skin surface. Extreme stagnation pressure, hundreds of GPAs, forms at the contact point, vastly exceeding skin strength, approximately 10 to 20 megapascals. Skin begins to behave like a fluid. A tiny initial cavity starts forming. Step 3. Perforation and channel formation, microseconds. The jet hydrodynamically erodes through the skin in microseconds via the Monroe effect jet. A clean, narrow channel opens. The skin is fully perforated. Initial cavity expands radially as tissue is displaced like a fluid. Step 4. Full hydrodynamic erosion. Completed penetration. The jet continues deeper, creating a fully developed tapered channel. Tissue is displaced radially and downward, red arrows. A larger cavity forms below the skin as the hydrodynamic flow continues. Skin barrier is completely overcome in a tiny fraction of a second. This sequence directly visualizes the hydrodynamic penetration physics. The metal liner into a
Let's see what he
describe
says.
it. It's trying to take off. So we have the clasp breaking, we have the chain flying back, okay? And then basically the pendant is starting to rise and it's coming right up here. And look, y'all, this detonation, this charge did not go to plan, okay? So you can't operate under the assumption that the neck wound was what they were aiming for. Quite frankly, the neck wound and the necklace breaking were absolutely not what that's worst case scenario. Well, actually, worst case scenario is the shaped charge actually escaping out of his shirt and hitting Mikey McCoy right over here. Well, that's debatable. So basically, there's just a couple of inches or an inch where I believe in this shot right here, this is where, per the description of how the micro-shaped charges are detonated, the Monroe effect right here this is about to dump the jet into his neck, okay? And there's not a lot of fabric there. I mean, we're talking about an inch to where this thing fires late and it has escaped out of Charlie's t-shirt. And it just reminds me of that speech, Al Pacino on Any Given Sunday. He's talking about life is a game of inches. And literally, an inch. The seam of the collar of that t-shirt, I think it was nearly escaped out of his t-shirt. So basically, we've got all of these elements. We've got and I hope that description, like I said, this is a rough draft of where I am heading in this investigation. I'm going all in on this nitrocarbon, whether it's octanitrocubane or the hexanitrobenzene, basically a nitro.
What do you guys think about this? Death Queef, thank you very much. Is she breathing out of her computer? I think that was like an AI voice speaking. Angela, you saw him on Baron once? Yeah, that was actually a very good episode. They did a great job on that one. Trying to pay attention to the chat now. Allie Top Files in the building. What is happening? What's happening? I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I was trying to find something to watch, and I'm like, you know what? Let's see what Blake had to say about his exploding necklace theory. I find this to be very interesting. New theory? I don't know. I haven't really been following Blake's content or talking to him lately. I know. Hey, Allie, in all fairness, I said a while back that if they took him out, that I thought that they would have taken him out with the necklace. I couldn't explain the science or how they would have done it, but I just felt like it was like symbolic. And actually, you know what? I'm going to pull this up real quick because I literally just said this the other day. And I clipped it. Once I saw that he made this video, I'm like, yo, if that ends up being it, I want people to know that I thought about it. Hold on. And I got no problem taking the heat from people. I got no problem with people giving me crap and thinking that I'm crazy for thinking this. Because I will stand by this. I'm not saying that this is how I think that, you know. I still don't even know if the guy is actually. Let me see. Here we go. If they did kill Charlie, all right, let's get back to that theory. If they did kill him, I feel like they would have used the cross and not the mic. That it would have been there's something about that if they did kill him, it would have been for him. Shout out to Allie Top Files for providing me this image. His faith in Christ, and that there would have been some symbolism there. And when you look at where his shirt went up, I have seen images that it looks like it was right where his pendant was. Hypothetically, that if the pendant went straight up, it could explain that anomaly. But you still have to explain the back, which I feel is weird. And it's very clear from looking at all the images that he had multiple things going on under his shirt.
Right here is the main one, which I think is a belly prosthetic. We have the video where he's being carried out, where it looks like
you guys still think that he was wearing a prosthetic on his belly?
When I was doing the test,
yo, when I entertained, like I was just asking him his thoughts. But when I said to Jordan, yo, Allie Top Files, I would love to do a live with you. I would love to do a live with you. Let's plan it. We could do it really soon. I'd even be down, maybe even tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, whenever you want to do it. You want to give it a little bit more time so I could do some homework. I actually just said today that I'm you know, with all the talk, nobody's getting over this case, that I actually will. I think it's overdue for me to like really dig into my notes and do my research and do it. All right, yeah, let's do it. But real quick, look at Jordan's face, his expression. He got so excited when I said to him, like, "Oh, you really think it was a prosthetic? Watch."
A prosthetic. We have the video where he's being carried out, where it looks like
you guys still think that he was wearing a prosthetic on his belly? Yo, shout out to Jordan. I love Jordan. If you could zoom in right now, I don't know if you can, but if you could zoom in and see his face and his eyes popping out, he got very happy. He got very happy. Yo, and Jordan's a really good guy. Shout out to Jordan.
When I was doing the test
wow,
today,
your eyes really popped up. You really believe that one, huh?
When I suited up today, when I put all this stuff in my crotch, and when I was trying to get the tube to come up, and I need to stand up and sit down and have the tube not kink out. And what I've consistently found is
I don't know, Jordan. I don't know where all this is going. You're talking about crotches and kinks and tubes. Are we still talking about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, there's a tube that goes
Hey,
to the
you have been following Erica for a while, Bays, right?
I don't know, Kelly. I think he's getting a little too excited from your red pants. And, you know, for those of you out there, I mean, people that have been... Yo, I'm such a troll. I'm such a troll. I know I say some shit sometimes. I think I'm funny, though. I try to entertain myself. following me from the beginning. And even Kelly knows, because when she was first telling me like, yeah, I think he's alive, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. This entire time, I have just tried to be as objective as possible. I am open to every possibility in every scenario. As far as I'm concerned, the only scenario, the only theory that's really been completely ruled out is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in the neck with the 30-06. That is the only one that I've pretty much ruled out. Everything else is still on the table. And yes, that includes him being alive. And yes, that includes the lapel mic theory. But when I take all the evidence and I get all the images I can, I load them into AI. I try to analyze everything, process everything. I take all the transcripts from different creators, from Barron to Candace to Kelly to myself now to Ian Carroll, Nate, Valhalla VFT, and then also the transcripts from the court hearings themselves and from the sheriff speaking, from Cash Patel, and you load it all in, and you just see how full of shit. Like the closer they are and the more they're pushing the actual narrative and the Tyler Robinson theory, the more full of shit, the more lies you find. And then you get everywhere else, and it's like you're skimmering through. There's a lot of good, and then there's some inconsistencies on all theories, whether you're talking about Barron or Candace or Kelly or yourself. Like, nobody has really figured it out yet. Have you also considered doing trials like this for other theories? Like, obviously, you're not going to, have a mic explode on your chest, but are there other stimulations to see from the other angle? You see, and not for nothing, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but because I catch a lot of crap. Oh, hold on, I got something playing. I catch a lot of crap from people because I post different things, and that like one day they'll see me post one theory and then they see me post another, and they think that like I'm flip-flopping or I'm going for clickbait. But if you actually watch my show and you hear the way that I talk, you'll see that I'm very consistent. I'm very open-minded. I'm very transparent. Like what I just said is that I'm not ruling anything out. I'm entertaining all theories. And when I talk to different people, whether it's Blake Bednarz or Kelly Rabin or Jordan Henshaw or Ali Top Files or Danks, and I'm like interacting with people and playing devil's advocate and hearing what they have to say and what they're bringing to the table. Like, yeah, there's going to be different content where I'm saying different things, but it's not necessarily like sometimes it gets taken out of context and it looks like I'm pushing narratives. I'm not trying to push any narratives. I'm not trying to push any theories. I'm not one of these people trying to pretend like I know what happened. I've been saying for months that I don't even know if the guy's dead. And that's not me trying to convince anybody that he's alive. I'm just being transparent. I'm like, and I know a lot of you guys here, like my members, people that watch my content consistently, like you guys know this, but it's tough. Like I get new viewers and people that are like watching me for the first time, and they're not up to speed. They don't know where I'm at. Or maybe they saw an Instagram post where I said, prove to me he's dead. And then like they click on YouTube and they're like, oh, maybe it was the necklace. They're probably like, what the hell is this guy talking about? I thought he thought this. So, that's the one thing that's tricky with like Instagram and social media is you don't always get things in the proper context. And who is this now? Is this Allie's blessing me now? Oh, where am I? I got to find this. I have a bombshell Friday, so maybe Sunday or Monday. I think you are hilarious and make me laugh. You did a live. Oh, just did a live with John Bray and Teresa and Brandy. Great conversation. Allie, is that on YouTube? I'll play that right now, or I'll direct everybody to you. I don't want to steal any views from you, but I will definitely cover it. And Allie, I've been a fan of yours since the beginning. We've been interacting online for quite a while. Like I don't really advertise my interactions with everybody like that, but I'm a fan, and you've been a help to me. You've sent me a lot of images and videos that I've been able to analyze, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, I don't really go out of my way like trying to get people to do collaborations like that. Like I try, like maybe I don't know, maybe I should be more open like that. And be more asking. I think that because I'm like such a brand new channel and I'm like just starting out, I feel like I'm not, like I'm trying to like earn my stripes and build up my channel and build up my reputation. And when the time comes, let people come to me. But I would love to work with you. You want to do something? Let me know the date. You want to do Monday? Monday probably works for me. We just you want to do day or night? Yes, you did send me the drive. Oh, it's 4 hours. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna play that now. I have my own methods for watching stuff like that. I do my own like little pre-analysis, and when I do watch it, I usually double the speed, and I'm like in the zone, like really paying attention, reading the captions, analyzing everything. So I will check it out. Yeah, new stuff does come out every day. And we got Chris in the chat too. Mad Max Files. Yo. Yeah, no, you guys have been big supporters. Like I said, I'm a fan of you guys. I appreciate the work you do, and I would love to collaborate. Yeah, Ali and John Bray, that's a cool one. I'm definitely gonna check that out too. But Ali, I will DM you my cell phone number, and you could call me, and we'll schedule it. We'll organize it. Thank you, Tay. Buffy. I'm still calling you Tay sometimes. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that he was. Yeah, there are a lot of collaborations that I want to do too. There are a lot of collaborations that I want to do. And like I said, I don't really go out of my way to ask for that kind of stuff. I've also been doing a lot of commentary. Like, people don't realize this, but I actually do a lot of research. I just haven't done a lot. I haven't kept up with my research since I started making more content and doing these lives, because it's just there's only so much time in a day. Like I don't have somebody like, like a Daisy or an assistant that's like grinding it out, and having the stability and the consistency. Like Baron's got it down, man. Shout out to Baron. Like he does things the right way. I should be paying more attention to what he's doing. His 2 days off. 2 days on, day off, 2 days on, off, taking the time for the research, coordinating. Like, I'm all over the place, and I don't have 8 kids, but I do have 4. And I don't know what age his kids are, but like I got a baby, and that makes things tough too, because I'm not like one of these absentee, like I'm with my baby every morning or almost every morning. So it's a lot, but I'm doing my best. You think I'm funny as fuck? Yeah, you know what? I've never thought I was funny. I never try to be funny. I think that part of it is that if there's one thing that I could say about myself, is that I really am fearless with the things that I say. Like, I'm not afraid to cross lines. I'm not afraid to push buttons or criticize certain people. Like, I don't have any red lines. And then sometimes I say certain things, and then I'm like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have said that. And instead of like I own my shit too. Like there was one night, I was having, and like I said, Baron, he was a really big supporter of my channel too when I started. And obviously I was a supporter of his. And then there was like some stupid drama that went on behind the scenes, had nothing to do with me, nothing to do with him. But somehow, some way, some of the, like for most of but for some of you that don't, but there was something going on with some other people, not me or Baron, that was saying things back and forth. And I saw my name pop up on the show, and I had reached out like, yo, like, what is this? Like, I'm seeing like mods saying something about me in the chat. And I knew that the whole thing was bullshit. But while this was going on, somebody else was kind of trashing him behind the scenes, and I was like sticking up for him. So then like I'm reaching out, I'm like getting ignored, and then I'm watching again. I see it again. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? So like one night I'm like doing a show with Kelly, and I have a little bit of whiskey, and I talked a little bit of shit. And then like whatever, it is what it is. I'm not, and then I'm doing a live with Kelly and Danks, and I make a joke about it. And I kind of like triggered Danks to like make some bigger jokes, and it came out really, really funny. And then I clipped it into a video, and I put Baron and Candace on the thumbnail. And then like that kind of got me some feedback behind the scenes. It's like, yo, what are you doing? But like, I'm just having fun. Like, Like, seriously, I'm such a small channel. Like, if I do something like that, I'm not doing it to try to shit on the guy. I'm not trying to drag the guy. Like, we have fun. Like, seriously, how many people do we have now? Like, Baron, Candace. Candace goes on live. She gets 120,000. Baron gets 20,000. We got 66 people here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to, and when I say that, like, that's not a jealous thing. Like, I love Baron. I love Candace. I wish them all the success. I'm just being real. Like, I am a tiny channel. You know, like, I'm a small channel. I'm very homegrown. I'm making my own merch. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'm like small enough where if I make some jokes or do something that like if a bigger channel did that kind of thing, like it might put some attention. It might like cause some waves. But like, come on, like I'm not on anybody's radar. Who the hell is going to see this? I have a couple drinks and talk a little bit of shit, like whatever. Like it was not totally unjustified either, you know? But I don't think people should take things so personal. I really don't. And I know a couple people have taken things, you know, that I've said or done personal, and they really shouldn't. I mean, I'm not, because at the end of the day, I still, you know, I still support the channels. I still support the people, you know, like, I don't know. Everyone's fake and gay. Valhalla was weird. Valhalla's not you, Baze. Yo, I'm actually a big fan of Nate. I'm a big fan. I see all the time. People getting upset with Valhalla VFT over the Mitch Snow thing, and I'm telling you, like I don't know. I don't understand why people got that upset. I really don't. And if you did, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not like, you know, like we're allowed to disagree. Like that's what makes my platform so good, is that it's not an echo chamber. Nobody's gonna shame you for having a different opinion than me. Like we're not like culty like that. You know, if you don't like someone or you don't like, you know what I mean? Like whatever. Like you want to talk to me about it, you want to put in the comments, I'll interact, I'll answer. If I agree, I'll agree. If I disagree, I'll disagree. And like I said, I've heard a lot of people say things about Nate, and I think the guy is fucking awesome. I really do. He's spoken up. He's not afraid to speak his mind. He's not afraid to disagree. He pushes the limits. He's raising awareness with this war in Iran like very few people are, and I really respect that. He's gotten his stream cut multiple times. He's had temporary bans, you know, and the whole Mitch Snow thing. I mean, let's face it. Didn't the guy say that his father was the Zodiac killer? Like, if there was an actual trial, like, I don't know if Mitch Snow would be the kind of guy that you want on the stand, even if he's telling the truth, even if he really saw everything that he saw. Like, and that was the point that people were bringing. It's like, when you look at his history, like that shit still matters. It still matters. And I know they try to say it doesn't if he was there and he could prove he was there. And to that point, you're correct. To that point, you're correct. If he could prove that he's there and he can identify people at the scene, then on one hand, like I can understand someone saying that that's all that matters. But if he can't, and you end up in a situation where you don't have that smoking gun and it's his word against the other people's, his word is not gonna hold up, more than likely. And that is what Valhalla was saying. And he might have said a little more than that. I'm not trying to like downplay anything. I wasn't really watching at the time. So, you know, I remember somebody telling me that he said, "Oh, I'll bet $10,000." Like whatever he said. I'm not like advocating everything. I'm not co-signing everything he said. I'm just saying my interactions with Valhalla VFT. Let me tell you guys something. When I started my channel and I started putting out content, before I started like really going viral and really growing, Nate came across my content and he started playing it. And he was pinning my links. He was telling people to follow me. He reached out to me on Instagram. I sent him my number. He called me. He gave me advice. He showed me the ropes. He saw that I was saying certain things. He's like, hey, you might want to tone it down, make friends. You know what I mean? Like Nate's a good guy. You're never going to hear me say anything negative about the guy. You know, like I don't know. Like I fucking love that guy for real. He for me, he's up there with Ian. For me, he's up there with Ian. And you're not going to hear me say that about a lot of people. You know, you're just not. So, like I said, though, if you're not a fan of the guy, like, whatever. Like, I'm not holding it against anybody, you know? It is what it is. We're not all going to like the same people. We're not all going to disagree. You know, we don't have to go all Benihanas on each other over it. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. And like I said, that's the type of community that I'm trying to encourage. I want us to be able to disagree. But I want us to set an example where we're doing it in a respectful way, where we're not going to trash each other because we like different people or have some kind of different ideologies. Like I identify as a conservative. I know a lot of the people that watch me identify as liberal. And I like that. I love that about my group. I love that about my community. And I think that the people that understand that about me, that's part of the reason why they resonate with me. I mean, you guys especially. I'm like talking about you guys, but it is what it is. Even, Allie, like I'm not trying to put your stuff out there, but even when I was working with certain people that you might have had some kind of history with, I said flat out, I'm like, listen, that was before my time. Like, I like you. Like, I'll try to make it work. People get along, whatever. And if they don't, like, whatever, just keep it respectful. Like, we don't all have to be best friends, but that's a different story. I'm not going to get too much into detail, but you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. That's just how I am. Yeah, one thing I got to give Barron credit for, though. All right, because and I might have gotten a little overzealous because I legit, like, when all this stuff especially with the files, when those files came out, I got very emotional. When those files came out and I saw the shit that was in there about all the kids and everything that was going on, like like, I'm not gonna lie, it like really affected me in a bad way. And I'm sitting there reading the files, I'm reading my notes, I'm looking at the pictures, I'm playing the Skippy video, which if you know, you know. And like, I don't know, I just hit this point when those files came out where I felt like nothing else mattered. Like, I just wanted the entire world to stop, and I wanted everybody to focus on it and acknowledge it and speak up and try to do something about it. And every time I saw like Charlie Kirk getting covered, I'm like getting mad, and it's totally ridiculous. Like, these people, like especially Candace, like, Candace and Charlie were very close. They were very good friends. Some people have, say that there's discrepancies in the timeline. Like, I don't give a fuck. If Candace Owens is Charlie Kirk's if they're like best friends, if they're that close, and she believes that he's killed, and I say that because I don't know them. I don't know Charlie. I don't know Candace. I don't know what really happened. So please don't get offended. Same thing with Candace. Don't get offended. But, if that's one of her best friends and he's dead and he died and that's her life mission and that's the truth, I understand it. But me, from my perspective and not knowing all these people and not knowing what's real and what's fake and all that, and I know that the stuff in the files is real, like, I was tunnel vision. Like, that's all I want to hear about. I hear, people, comedians joking about this. It's like, fuck you. We should be talking about the files. I saw Candace and Barron, not really, like, Barron, like, they talked about it. You know what I mean? But they were still focused on the Charlie Kirk case. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, no, like, you can't pause for 1 week, for one day, like, talk about this. And, like, that's wrong of me. Like, these people, like, that's their shit. That's their lives. It's their decisions, But one thing that I got to say about Barron is I started watching while I was going through my notes and my clips, and I started watching his episode yesterday that everybody was talking about. And he started off by talking about Iran and how it affected him. And, that meant something to me, because, like, that's how I feel. Like, I see what's going on with Iran. I see all this death and everything with the files. And that is the reason why I've been withdrawn from the Charlie Kirk investigation. And I've been much more scattered with my content, and I'll be honest, my channel has been suffering for it. It has. Like Danks has been talking to me, like, and I'm not in the same position as these people. I haven't lived the same lives as these people. I don't know what they know. So it's wrong of me, and that's what I was saying before, that if they're like I have a platform, I have a voice. I should never get upset about what other people are talking about or not talking about. Like, I should just do it myself, and I'm taking accountability there. And I'll admit, I was kind of a dick, not just talking with them, but about everybody. Like, and it was kind of immature of me, to be honest. That like, I felt like the world should have stopped over the files and over the war in Iran. And it wasn't just with creators. It was with friends. It was with family. Like, I got people in my life that I've known for 30 years that I haven't even really talked to in months, and that's not healthy either. I've been called down to my church to have my pastor speak to me multiple times because I was I was starting to get involved with my church and everything. And like, they saw that I was like withdrawn, and they're like worried that like I'm going too deep down these rabbit holes. And, it's kind of like a Theo Von moment, like when he was on Rogan the other day and you see him like freaking out like that. That's kind of how I've been too. And it's not because I can't handle the information, but what I have trouble handling is the lack of action and the lack of awareness with the people that have their heads in the sand. Like, that's what's bothering me the most, is the people that are still supporting Trump and still supporting this administration and choose to believe that the files were a Democrat hoax, that choose to believe that this war in Iran is good for America. That choose to believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk with the 30-06. Like that, those three things, all three of them, they have been really, really hard for me. And I'm sure that a lot of you, and I'm not reading the chat, I'm not all caught up. I see a lot going on, and I promise. And so you guys know, like, sometimes I go on these rants and I don't read everything right away. I don't really pay attention to it. But then when I cut the stream, I read every comment. But I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate. I think at this point, everybody that's aware with all this stuff has people in their lives that are not, whether it's friends or family or coworkers or whatever. And it's something that we're all going through. But, we just have to do our best. We have to do our best to deal with it. We have to do our best to raise awareness, but we can't let it become a detriment to our relationships. Now, there are going to be times where there are people that you're going to probably be better off distancing yourself from, whether it's friends or family. But there's a difference between healthy distance and space and burning bridges. And, that is a lesson that I need to learn too, I think. But yeah, exactly. Love for everyone. Be the light. Like I always say, we are the light. And I say that for a reason. But I don't know. So damn, now I want to read these comments. I am actually gonna wrap it up though, guys. We've been on for over 4.5 hours. Also, I want to show you guys one more time. The merch is coming. It is made. All handcrafted myself for the time being. We got the Bazes base backs. We're also going to have blank backs. We had a free giveaway on Easter. So if you were a part of that, then you know that yours are getting shipped out. I'm going to try to get them all shipped out tomorrow. I gotta pack them all up and all that. It's late now. I might actually start that before I go to bed. I haven't responded to the emails either, but I read some of them, but I wanted to make sure I had everything together first. But, you know, like I really believe in this community, you know, and like I was joking before about, oh, I'm almost at 5,000 subs, and you know, like if I got a scratch and claw. And listen, like it's great, like the views are great and the subs are great. But what I really want is to grow our community, is to have more people like us. I want to get to know you guys. I want you guys to get to know each other. And you know what would be really great is if I was able to like grow this where it got to a point where like I could go on a tour and like actually meet everybody in person, like go state to state to state. And even if it was like a little club or a little like hole in the wall bar, like if I was able to like fill it up and like find a way to like make it like economically feasible for me to do it, like that would be the best. That would be the best. You know, like find a way to really start bringing us together. Death Queef gifted another membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. You know? Yeah, Scotty, I felt bad. I told Scotty I was going to call him. I was going to talk to him. I didn't have the time. And then today while I was doing stuff, I was throwing something on the TV. I saw that you posted the thing with Jesse on fire. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to watch this just so Scotty knows that I'm paying attention. And obviously it resonated with you. Otherwise you wouldn't have posted. Allie Top Files caught the sub. Yo, that's like catching a home run at a baseball game. Allie, well, although Allie, I'm pretty sure you've been in my members only before. But yeah, Friday after Danks, I'm going to do my members only. I'm gonna try to follow him, and not that I'm trying to like piggyback off him or anything. I'll go before him. But I just don't want to overlap with them. I don't want to overlap with them. A lot of the people that watch me watch Danks, so I try to like stay out of his way. And then at night, we got Valhalla, and then Ian, although I don't know what's going on with him. He's missed a couple of his free speech Fridays. But and Ian's been ending early too. You know what? Depending on my schedule, depending how things go, I might do a midnight stream. See, Fridays, I want to start filling up the midnight slot on Fridays where I either go live or I do a premiere. And the premiere most of the time will probably be like lives like this. Like for instance, like you see this live, like right now it's like 4 hours and 36 minutes. And there's a lot of parts of this live where like I'm interacting with you guys, I'm reading the chat, and like if you're here, if you're in it, it's awesome. But like if somebody's watching the replay and I don't even have the chat on the screen, which actually I should have done this before. My bad. But like people don't want to like watch me talking to the chat. It makes me look like I'm talking to myself. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to want to watch that. So what I do is I go through the lives and I trim it up. If it's a 4.5 hour live, I'll probably take like the most meaningful hour and a half. And by meaningful, I don't mean like this is the most meaningful part for me, but I mean what I think to be the most meaningful parts for a new watcher. So I'll go through the clips and the hot takes and whatnot, and I'll trim it down to like an hour and a half. I'll speed up the tempo a little bit so I talk a little faster. I compress it a little bit. I might add in some more visuals. If I talk about different people, I'll put like their picture there, you know, maybe put up a couple promo thing, like become a member and my logo and this and that. And then I'll re-release it as like a new video, as like a premiere. So that I've been doing Saturday afternoon. I've been doing them Saturday at 2:00 Eastern time, although I'm going to move it to 3:00 Eastern because it just seems like that's when they pick up steam. So I'm just going to switch it up. And so as of now, I'm going to be doing Saturdays, 3 p.m. Eastern premieres. And then Friday night at midnight, I'm going to do premieres. Although sometimes the Friday night, I might just go live. But I want to try to train people and get people used to seeing that used to seeing me on at that time. So that whether I'm live or not, you know that there's going to be something there. And even if it's not a live, like I'll try to, Like, I'm not just trying to recycle my content. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to do things right. I'm learning as I go. I have other specials that I want to work on. I have a couple projects. One, I've been talking to Danks about. I'm not going to spoil that yet, but that's going to be a really big one. I haven't been talking to Kelly as much about this stuff, although me and her already talked about Saturday, because Saturday night I have the show that I do with Kelly and Danks, and we've been talking about having guests on there. But yeah, I got a lot of things planned. I got a lot of things in the pipeline, a lot of things working, and I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And like I said, I know that I'm going to grow the channel, but I'm more focused on growing the community. Like, I'm not just trying to, grow a tree to be as tall as it could be, as fast as possible. Like, I want the roots to be really dug in, and that bottom to be really thick. There's a pun there somewhere, but that was not intended. Thank you for the congratulations at 5K. Next up, 10K. But guys, I am going to go. You guys are all the best. I really appreciate you staying up this late with me. If you gifted a member, became a member, thank you. If you are not a member, I do hope you consider it, because the value is definitely going to be there. Usually these types of interactions I do for the members only, where I do like Q&A and respond to all the comments and all that. But I also do like different deep dives and try to make high quality content on there. Also, if you're a member, I haven't been doing them as often, but I'm going to start doing them more, where I just give the updates on my day and talk my shit. And if there's news or whatever, I'll react to it. And also, I am going to be doing, I'm setting up the shop, obviously. I'm going to be doing hoodies, t-shirts, all that. And the based members are going to be getting discounts. If you're a based member, I'm trying to work it off where you're just going to get half off on the merch. But I have to price it right, because I got to make sure I'm not taking a loss on the half off. And I don't want to mark it up too high where if you're not a base member that you're like spending more than I would want. So I gotta figure it out. The goal is to do base members get half off. It might be a little bit less. I don't know. I'm gonna work it out though. But I am gonna do a special because I did the giveaway for the next week. So Easter, if you were a member and you were in the chat and you emailed me, you got it free. But now for the next week, what I'm going to do is, if you're a based member, you're going to get a free hoodie. And I'm not going to make you wait to be subscribed for a couple of months where it's like, oh, after this, where I don't take a loss or I can make. No, if you're a base member and you email me and whatever, you'll get your hoodie. I'll be very disappointed if you unsubscribe after and try to like pull some shit. But whatever. I'll take them on the chin if I have to. But I'm trying to oh, good night, Buff. Yeah, I'm getting ready to wrap it up now too. No, but I'm trying to do things the right way. I'm trying to do things the right way. I'm trying to really grow the channel and grow the community and give back as I go. Allie, if you're still in the chat, I'm going to message you. Again, thank you to everybody, all my members there. I appreciate you all. I'm going to have some fresh content tomorrow, and I will be live at some point Friday. I will be doing my members only. I will comment in the Discord the exact time when I do. And then, of course, Saturday, you'll have the premiere in the afternoon, and then 10 p.m. Eastern, you'll see me with Danks and Kelly. And then who knows, maybe Sunday or Monday, you'll see me live with Allie Top Files. But like I always say, guys, be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody, pray, and I will see you guys later.